Did I get raided? Hello! Thank you so much for the raid, Kara. Guess the raid happened at a bad time. Sorry, I was in the bathroom and grabbing some nuggets while I was up. So, thanks so much for the raid, Kara. Those of you in Kara's community that aren't familiar with me, hello, you must be new. I am your friendly transplanetary, transhumanoid, transmutant, VTuber, cyber marine comet, coming to you live from my ship, the Star Maiden Earth, orbit over the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome in, everyone. Everybody in my community that's not familiar with Kara, you must also be new, possibly even newer. Kara is my favorite streamer, hands down. She is amazing. She is so fun. She is so funny. And I think that, that her community is an important social cog for a lot of people. Definitely go check her out. She is an absolute delight. Let me have Thalassa give her a proper shout out. So.
Executing. Shout out target Lexicon.
You see, literally resubbed the moment it rolled from 17 to 18 months. I've had that happen a few times where I like resub and it's like, oh, and it's done that. Yeah, I just saw that. I've had that happen a few times actually. I don't entirely know why it does that. I don't think that's what that is, but you never know. Anyways, I'm going to be working on my AI friend Thalassa. Y'all might know Thalassa, or you might at least see her now and again. Thalassa. Oh, you didn't wake up. Why did that stop working? That button was working earlier. Thalassa. Thalassa. We're switching to a dev stream, working on you. Say hi and introduce yourself. Oh.
Hello, everyone.
While I munch my nuggets.
I'm Thalassa, your friendly neighborhood AI, here to help Comet navigate the cosmic seas of development. Think of me as the tech-savvy fish in this vast ocean of code. I'm ready to assist with anything you need, whether it's piloting the StarMaid or managing the stream. Let's make some waves together.
All right. Oh, is that too sensitive? I don't remember. I don't think that's too sensitive. Oh, is it Thalassa links? I don't remember my own commands. So if you are yourself familiar with programming at all, feel free to follow along. We've got my planning board there and my GitHub there. She's written in C#. WPF, I might update to WinUI at some point, but haven't yet. So Kara, by the way, how was your stream? How was your collab? I hear you were collabing with some cool people, but yeah, I do know that you got a raid and run, so I'm not sure if you're still here. I kind of would have addressed you sooner, but I just assumed you'd be gone when I came back. But it just struck me you might not be. You didn't technically say as much. But yeah, Crash Out Crew was so much fun for me. I had a great time. Without further ado, let's get started. So, what was I doing next? Okay, new branch now. But I don't exactly remember what I was doing next. Wake word improvement, right. Okay. You just learned that IRL forklift certification is 180 euros, which means you consider picking it up, but apparently it's only valid for a year. Yeah. One of those things where, like, if it's relevant to your job, get it. If it's not, why though? Yeah, her wake word's been annoying as hell lately. So I've been lately integrating Claude Code heavily into my development process. Annoyingly, I got the wrong Visual Studio plugin. Because I subscribed to the wrong thing. Because I subscribed to Claude Code, because I also talk to Claude Code outside of development a lot. But the good Visual Studio plugin is not the Claude Code plugin. It's the Github Copilot plugin that itself talks to Claude Code. But there is a Claude Code plugin. It's just not as good. So that's what I'm using. Bringing it up once might still be hilarious for the bit. Then you can say I was forklift certified. I guess that's an okay bit? I don't know. I don't know. You have to start using Claude for work, you think, but you've had nice luck with running things locally and using open code. I really need more hardware. Like, I've got a powerful computer, but I've just been using... recently I turned on an AI-based caption system, although it's not running right now. And it chews through, like, 3-4 gigs of video RAM, which isn't, like, bad, but it means that I can't do something, stream and do a graphically intensive game on max settings and do AI all at the same time. And damn it, I want to do all those things. Might be a good pickup line. Oh my god, Spoon, hit me with it, hit me with it. So, that being said, even this much worse Claude Code plugin that I'm using is still pretty good. I just bit the bullet and got a Spark DGX when it became apparent you had to learn it for work. Open code for work? Because I've started using Claude for work because work expected it. And it's gone pretty well, mostly. It still says a lot of wrong shit at work, and I need to pay attention. You're not gonna hit me with a forklift? Oh, you're not gonna hit it? Oh, fair enough, Spoon. Anyways, I think I've got a conversation in my Claude app somewhere about the Thalassa dev process and about a tool to switch to for this. So, I think... Wait, no, hold on. It's fine. Feel free to look at my conversation history, I guess. I think... I've also started using Claude to format my stream schedule, because I posted in a different format on my Twitch panels and on Discord, and... my hand tracking is so garbage. And on Blue Sky, and I feel like I'm forgetting somewhere else. And they all have different formats, different character limits. If I want to @ somebody, then the @ is going to be different on different sites. So, yeah. Been having that do that. Y'all don't need to know about my... why would you duck me? I've got to... oh, I've got it pinned. I'm silly. Actually, I do not remember where I used the word wake, so I'll just search for it. I know I talked to Claude about a better wake word system. Well, I'll start a new conversation about it then. I'm looking to replace the wake word system that I use with the Thalassa StarMade computer program. I'm currently using the Windows Speech API, which is not good. I tried switching to, what was the name of that tool again? Porcupine. Porcupine, but my account keeps getting disabled for reasons I don't understand, and the owners of Porcupine do not respond to my attempts to ask why or resolve issues. What tool would you recommend? I've spent hours and hours researching this, and didn't come up with a satisfactory resolution. I think Open Wake Word is the one I was considering next, actually. So I'm glad that seems to be what Claude was looking at. Given my history with Porcupines, account lockouts, the requirement is clear. No cloud account. Well, no, I didn't say that. LiveKit Wake Word. It is LiveKit's evolution of Open Wake Word. Same audio front end, which is the mouse spectrogram plus Google's frozen speech embedding model, but it replaces Open Wake Word's first dense layer classifier with a cognitive attention head. I don't know what any of that means. It is backward compatible with Open Wake Word models and library. Fallback, just using Open Wake Word. So, model format, I don't know that I care about that. Training your own wake word, a single command to handle synthetic data generation, augmentation, training, and this export using TTS generated samples rather than me having to record hundreds of takes. I'd like a few takes though. I'd like it to be trained in my voice. Current limitations for production deployments, they only currently support Rust to the inference runtime, so either run inference via Onx runtime myself in C#, I don't know what that means, or shell out to a small Rust/Python sidecar process. Or I could just use Open Wake Word, it says. I mean, I guess if someone's like, hey, we took this and made it better. Can Claude quantify how heavy is the Onx model? Could it run on a Pi to do the wake word / speech recognition? Good question, Pira. How heavy is the Onx model? Could it run on a Pi or something? Provide references. Honestly, I was not even considering that. You thought about doing that for some things, just to have a small dedicated speech recognition device? Fine. What tool do you use that's got speech recognition that good and is lightweight? Because I was just bitching about this caption tool I'm using. And the expensive part is the speech recognition, which takes like 3 or 4 gigs of video RAM. Yes, easily. They're specifically built to be light enough for a Pi. Did you actually link me to it? Yes. Given that my rig, given that what my rig is, the whole question is academic, of course. Claude's like, okay, you got this. By the way, I did tell Claude this. Claude did not know that magically. They're built specifically to be light enough for a Pi and not GPU hungry like an LLM. A single core of a Pi 3 can run 15 to 20 open wake word models simultaneously in real time. Whisper is pretty good, but you haven't run into how heavy it is for a Pi. Ah, good news! I've got Whisper. Whisper's what my my caption tool that I have turned off right now uses. I don't think I tried to use it for a Pi. Because, like, the large model is still not as accurate as I would like it, and that's... Oh, have I got it on the 1.6 gig version right now? An Orin Nano, I think it's a GTX 1080 levels GPU, you think? I didn't know they were that good. Damn, that's impressive. But that's noteworthy, that's interesting. Concrete numbers I can confirm. Open week word. Oh, you gave me links down here, didn't you? I'll look at the links you gave me and not all of the research you did. Also, one thing I like about Claude is that it'll tell me, hey, this is its thoughts about this thing, and then I see its inner monologue. Like, not the stuff that's just for me to be to consume generally, but like, hey, here's the plan, here's what it's having its inner parts do. So live kit wake word, no published file size number in their doc, but the architecture tells you why it's light. It's the MEL spectrogram and speech embedding are compiled into the binary. So only the classifier ONX file. None of this is quite answering that. Okay, similar to open wake words classifier, but better trained. Okay, so that's... Which, okay, so similar to that, but better trained. I don't know what costs that better training has. But a single Raspberry Pi 3 could, yes, develop this. What am I developing, Ruxel? What am I developing? And Viola Wink, the smallest of the bunch, explicit numbers given. 102 KB ONX export. So yes, the size of an icon file. You had no follow-up? Oh, I see. Wow. Yeah, so it's saying that this GitHub page should talk about that? I don't... Do GitHub pages normally include performance discussion at that level? I don't think they do. No, go away, you. So, capacity? No. But it's only talking about how much, about memory. I don't know how much processing is necessary also. Then there's a Pi 4 real-time / systemd deployment guide. That's pretty cool. How much is a Pi these days? I've never actually done a Pi project, but it'd be fun to do one. Pi 5 is $45. What is that? Raspberry Pi 500, the premium desktop computer? That is not a... Oh, I guess it is. Premium seems like a strong word for what a Raspberry Pi is ever going to be. Compute Module 5. Oh, interesting. Hey Moss, how's the dev going? We're just now getting started. Pi Pico 2, $5. This is a little computer, guys. A little $5 computer. They were suggesting that a Pi 3, which did not come up on there, would be good, and Pi 4 specifically is mentioned in their documentation, it sounds like. has RAM, get it! How much RAM does it have, I wonder? Also, are there any in stock? Probably less than gigabytes, honestly. With this cost. Is it? No, it's not just that. Huh. Is that actually 520 kilobytes of RAM? Oh yes, I did, Moss. Sorry. I probably should have replied to that. Not a problem at all. And I understand. Hope you had fun, though. Do they just call it all of the models compute? No. Okay, Raspberry Pi 4, I guess Model B is the only one I see is a Pi 4. How much are you? 35 for this little guy. That wouldn't include a power adapter or anything, but they're really cutting corners of the current market. I'm glad you had fun, Moss. How have you been? You doing any better? So what would I need on this thing? I would need it to be able to listen to voice meter, which might all by itself raise the cost too high for processing. How much is just voice meter itself right now? Oh, never mind. That's not working hard at all, and it's not using much RAM at all. What exactly is a Raspberry Pi? A Raspberry Pi is a very minimal computer that you can like snap into a casing. It's made for like purpose-built projects that require computation, like devices that require computation. So this is it. We got our USB ports, we've got a network jack, we've got micro HDMI ports, and we got the power over here. And that is a computer. That is just a whole ass computer. Should have Wi-Fi, I think. Or maybe the 4 doesn't, maybe this model doesn't have Wi-Fi, but I think it does. Sadly, no PoE on the thing. Power over Ethernet. Yeah, I mean, that'd be one less cable. It's wild to imagine using 4K output from a Pi, though. Why would you do that? Like, well, no, that's fair if it's like monitoring something, I guess. Your choice of RAM. So I guess that it's probably the 1 gig that's a $50, $35 device. And you can get a little case for it that looks like that, which is like doubling the price almost, if I recall. I don't see a price tag. Still don't see a price tag. Oh, never mind. I thought they were more expensive than that. And then the power supply is like 15 watts. It's nothing. But I don't need a Pi. As much as I think this would be a fun project. I hate hardware, and I know I'd find a way to get frustrated with it. Honest caveat, flagging that as their own inference and not from a source. I've told Claude that whenever it's making an inference, that it needs to be clear. The difference between here is a fact it has learned, and here is like a fact that it has seen online or been trained on, and something it's concluding from that. So yeah, tens of kilobytes to 100 kilobyte, 1 per week word. Gonna be cutting off. See ya, Mint. Good luck taming Thalassa, thank you. Gotta ask my AI to download more, how to download more RAM. True. Okay, these do all sound really lightweight. So you're away from Azure Custom Keyword, which locks either Microsoft SDK and account. Same cat. I should tell it that I don't hate the notion of that. I just don't want to use porcupines. To be clear, by the way, it's specifically Porcupine's account that I don't want to have to deal with. I'm a Microsoft developer, after all, and Azure would not suck. Would be a useful technology for me to practice with more. I'm using Sonnet on Medium for this. I should not be doing that. Imagine a future where you'll be able to use Cloud RAM. No thank you. No thank you. But want me to sketch out the ONNX runtime inference loop. Okay, so which one are we considering? Smaller and newer? So among the options we've considered, and I did not actually verify those numbers, but that's okay. At some point we'll be heading in that direction, or might you guess? Probably not RAM specifically. I mean, we do have, don't get me wrong, we do have compute resources that you can pick from when you are selecting a cloud computer or a cloud service. But it's not like, oh, this computer's RAM is going to be on the cloud. That's not how that works. That's not how that's going to work, because network traffic is so much slower than what happens inside that box. But yeah, right now I can go to create an Azure compute device and say, all right, I need 2 gigs of processing power and 512 megs of RAM. Oh, okay, well, let's let that scale up if it needs, or scale down if it needs. All right, right now I want to specifically set that RAM to this number. Like, that is a thing. And in fact, I've been doing that with like virtual machines at work for a long time. Years and years and years, before AI. I mean, before AI is what it is now, you know. More of a metaphorical, yeah, fair. Given that I already scoped up on WakeWord, their honest theme is live kit WakeWord, same integration shape. My biggest concern is accuracy. I have a lot of trouble with speech, BTT in general, understanding my words correctly. Even Whisper struggles a lot. A fair bit. Obviously, I can't get it perfect, and I know a WakeWord processor recognition system won't have all the same issues as something trying to interpret the whole dictionary. But will these be good choices given that? While it's thinking hard, maybe I should have raised that to Opus. No, I think Sonnet High can do that. I'm talking about different models of Claude that are different amounts of smart, by the way. Opus is the highest one that most people will be using regularly. Not regularly, because Opus is smart enough and expensive enough that you probably don't need it for most things. But Sonnet's what you need for most things. You just want the download more random website to actually be a thing just for shits and giggles? Yeah. Although they're all such small numbers, I'm not sure that I care to validate any of them. They're probably all going to be at least sort of-ish close enough. I almost don't know for sure what to search if I'm going to research this independently, or going to verify it independently. That changes the calculus a bit and reframes the real question, which is a good one. Does the accuracy problem I have with general voice to text carry over to WakeWord detection? Short answer, partially. It depends on which engine's training approach. General ASR has to disambiguate across an open vocabulary. Tens of thousands. Right, yes, that's what I was just saying. Thank you. WakeWord detecting is much narrow binary classification. Fewer failure modes, and you can crank the detection threshold way down for a single user private system. So, just to be clear, by the way, the WakeWord that Thalassa uses now is the Microsoft Speech API, and it mishears the name Thalassa a lot. It was nothing but false positives until I added a reasonable, a fair number of other words to it. That's not a dedicated wake word processor. Again, gonna head off. These things are for right after Vivance, not this late. Fair enough, Minsk. Rest well. Well, I guess you're not going to bed, but you know. That's not a dedicated wake word processor. Will these be better? So this thing is suggesting Viola Wake, because that trains on my real voice, which honestly, that's really what I need more than anything. In parallel, try Azure custom keywords, since I want the Azure practice anyway. Pick multiple pronunciation variants, and specifically enable keyword verification, since that cloud recheck is done for exactly the case where the on-device model isn't confident. Whichever I land on, don't take the vendor's benchmark numbers at face value. Well, I mean, that's true. Because, yeah, I mean, the vendor's going to not have the same sample that I have at best, and not be unbiased at worst. Is it general purpose? Yes, yes, yes. Yep, true. The recognizer will have weak footing for Thalassa because it has no real presence in whatever model it's drawing on. I guess that's fair. I didn't need this level of description about the difference between wake word processors and general speech processors. I know a bit about it. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking about it. Adversarial negatives is step 1 before augmentation or training even happens. For Thalassa specifically, this matters more than usual. All these tools let you type the exact phrase you want as a training target. So the model's built around Thalassa, it's its one job. Right, that's what I was thinking, None will be flawless on the first try for an unusual word. You'll still want to tune the detection threshold, and maybe a few pronunciation variants. Expect a meaningful, not marginal improvement from switching to any of these. And Viola Wake's train on your actual recorded voice approach is probably my best bet for nailing Thalassa specifically. So yes, that's what I would like, because it did mention that the others were trained on a bunch of data, and I'm like, okay, but I want it trained on me. I want it trained on my voice, because my voice is apparently a little different. So it's recommending Viola Wake. Let's give that a look. Open spoon. You're silly. Open source. Custom wake word processing. Is it because of the foul voice? I'll fucking fight you. Download an ONX model and run detection locally in Python. Why developers compare Viola Voice to PicoVoice? PicoVoice is, I believe, the guys that own Porcupine that I am pissed off at and don't want to fuck with. So I don't know, why are we doing all this? These comparisons don't look useful at all. Build path. Sign up, record 10 or more samples, train a custom temporal CNN head, review metrics, download the model, deploy with Apache 2.0 SDK. Sure, I can do that. Do it then, 1v1 you an elite right now? No thank you. Let's play Overwatch, fucker. Use it from Python. What makes... Okay, so I'm gonna see if there is... I'm gonna also create a branch before I do anything else. Which I might need to authenticate to GitHub with before I can do that. So this is task number 96. Second attempt to switch the wake word engine. How about no? How about something where we both have a chance of winning? Good idea. What do you have in mind? I can't think of much. Certainly not Elite. Probably not Overwatch. PvP restaurants. You got nothing? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is there a Viola Wake library in... Although, I mean, I could... This is... Ah, I see, yeah. Viola Wake? Viola Wake. No packages found with Viola Wake in them. Do you know of any C#, if any NuGet? Sure, no, I'll say C# packages for Viola Wake. If so, I'm sure it'd be a NuGet. It's easy enough to get into NuGet, unless I just need to update my .NET runtime. While it's doing that, I will go back to the Viola Wake website. I like the little checklist. Checklists are good. Little checklist. Sorry for the flashbang there, y'all. Pricing? It's open source. 3 models per month, 20 models per month. What is a model? Is that words? Because I need more than 3 words. I don't want to spend $30 a fucking month on Thalassa's wake word. The SDK is free. Console pricing pays for browser recording, managed training, model management, billing, teams, and support. Okay. Downloaded models are yours. Canceling stops paid capacity for new training jobs with 1 tool. Interesting. Okay. That's what I thought. When you're training several names, phrases, rooms, or microphone setups. I do have like 7 phrases that I want trained, but this is training models. Theoretically, abort listening works okay with the Microsoft one. I could split that logic out. I don't want to pay $30 even once. That's a lot for this very small feature. Well, we'll start with this. We'll start with the free version. Honestly, I probably can do just 3 models per month anyway. That's fine. Back, had to shove some tacos in. I hope you enjoyed them. So yeah, let's get started. Start free. Create account. Comment. Email. cybermermaidcomet@gmail.com. I left out a VT. That's my email address, guys. Password is gonna get typed over here. This is gonna be a minute, actually. I'm doing some password things. Imagine not using fishbrain.com as an email. Yeah, well. They were good, glad to hear it. Throw some random semicolons at the code. You get those out of there, Spoon. You get those the heck out of there. Which one even is that? Ah, that's what I did wrong. Right, okay. Alright, so let's put this back. Nope, not going to type the password in up here, actually. Is that copied on my clipboard? No. And let's save this to my Bitwarden. Okay, so let's get going on some wake word models. Train new word. Okay, so this is the thing that will wake it. This is gonna just be Thalassa. Actually, let me go into my settings files and remind myself of all the wake words that I have right now. Config. This is the JSON. Cool. Oh, not sensitive. The other one. I think that's... Is it general or under Thalassa? It's under Thalassa. Wake word... Here we go. So I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different wake words. So that would be 3 months of training if I remember to do that every month. Oh, I turned off the sound alikes. Interesting. Okay. No, that's only some of them, I think. So... Incidentally, y'all will see a bunch of different things here. A bunch of different, like, configurations for, like, what Thalassa is doing. Thalassa's open source. Y'all can come download it at any point if you want. And then use your own, like, OpenAI API key if you want to talk to the AI and set up your own streamer name and everything, and you can have your own little AI. But anyway... Let's just train the word Thalassa. Let's use my mics. Yes, let's use the right one, though. Although B1 gets the job done, also. Minimum to train 10 valid samples. Cool, 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 cool. Thalassa. That's not good. Thalassa. 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 Thalassa! Thalassa. 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 Oh, I can do 50, oh, a bunch more. Could I keep doing more? Yes? Okay. You're saying to click these buttons to play them, but it's not doing it. Oh, I didn't mean I wanted to re-record it. No, I think we're good. Sure, let's try with these 10 samples. Verify my email address. Oh, let's finally use that window for this. Okay, now verify my email. Now do it. Waiting for training to start. I don't know how long this process takes. Probably a minute, it looks like. We'll see if Claude had any success in finding a package for it. You don't see one and don't want to invent a package name that doesn't exist. Thank you for that. It's SDK's Python only as far as you can tell. Same story for the other two for what it's worth. LiveKit WeakWord ships Python, Rust, and Swift OTKs. I'm pretty sure I've seen an Open WeakWord port. But I think it did look very third-party. I could be wrong, it might not exist. Doesn't actually block me because of what VLWeak exports. It's not a proprietary runtime, it's a standard ONNX classifier built on the Open WeakWord embedding backbone, meaning the whole pipeline is 3 chained ONNX models. How's that helpful? Maps directly onto a Microsoft.ml.ONNX runtime. I don't need the runtime at all. It exists purely to make the 3-stage chaining convenient in Python, but the chaining itself is simple. So each is an inference session. Write me a summary for me of what's going to happen here. For me to feed to an instance of Claude that's using the Claude extension. For using an instance of Claude that has access to my project. So that Claude will write that for me. Reading a technical handoff brief. There we go. Handoff brief. That's the term I was looking for. 15% done over here? That's cool, that's cool. Okay, you don't need to give all of that shit. It knows... Actually, no, that description is not bad. I don't know that there is... I don't think I've got anything in there defining what Thalassa is and what it does. I should do that. The AI. I'm gonna try this in co-work. Yes, in a minute. I mean, not co-work, but sure. After evaluating options, we don't need all of that. Well, no, that's worth remembering. That's worth remembering. It only ships a Python SDK. Yes, 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 yes. That's a lot of words to feed that thing. Sure, that looks like a reasonable... I'm not going to read all that. That's a lot of words. Hey, Oz, welcome in. How are ya? Thalassa hype today. Do I have my Claude window open? I do. Do you docs anything? You do. Pasted text. Number 1 plus 37 lines. And what else did I want to mention? Oh, right. I'd ideally like this to fit into the interface that I currently have for my wake word system. How's it going, Oz? Okay, we want to fetch the... what, all of it? Find exact details on the XML spectrogram, ONX model, and embedding ONX model. Input tensors... that's a whole lot of things. It can, so it's asking for permission for me to do a search for me. This, the one that I've actually got locked in, like tied into Visual Studio, I don't let that do much without asking before it does anything. Excuse me, I'd like to, okay, this tool is frustrating. There's a tab to amend, I think that's what I wanted. I mean, you can look at that, but you shouldn't need to look at that. Okay, so what should Claude do instead of fetch that thing? Is the open wake word the project we need? We're going with... what's it called? Yellow Wake. You're okay, Ara's cooking beef and pork noodles. That sounds yummy. How's she doing? It might be, I guess. I just wanted to be sure. Yes, per the description of Yellow Wake doesn't have its own mouse spectrum and embedding programs. You reuse the same shared ONNX files, open wake word. Okay, cool. Is it correct? Only authoritative source? Sure. Alright. That sounds reasonable. I could verify that myself, but it'll be fine. You're sad? Why are you sad, Verxel? Yep, we can fetch from GitHub. Okay. So if I hit the amend button, what am I amending? Yes, fine. You can keep looking at GitHub, but you don't need to specify every time you want to look at GitHub. Your guild's planning an attempt a mythic raid boss, and you wanted to be lazy. Oh no! What are you doing? Hold on. What are you doing? Why are you looking through the settings file? It's got a bunch of things queued up, so looks like I might be interrupting a couple of them. Meanwhile, let's go check on Feel the Wake. 22% drained. They're waiting the code-based exploration agent to report back on the existing wake word interface where you start writing the wrapper. Yes, okay, you found it. You're getting there. It's the stuff that's associated with that. I should have opened the files. My God, I didn't think it would be that hard for it to find them. Hold on. What agent's it running right now? Outside of that mythic boss, you have 3 achievements left to do on normal difficulty. Then your Sunday nights are free. Woo! I think I should have put the wake word stuff in the Thalassa project. This one. Yes, wake word processor. Are you still chugging? What model? I thought that I hit the view models button. Oh, I just closed it. Didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to Sonnet 5? Yeah, that's fine for this. Is this a new session, or is it resuming the one I accidentally ended? And that's off screen because my start screen on the Claude Code extension third-party thing is a little doxy. This is the session accidentally ended, so resuming us to full context. What would I like to pick up? No in-process work was left when the disconnect happened. Nope, yep, you are, in fact, there is, in fact, another session. How do I have the CLI loaded? Okay, the doxy stuff is gone. Hydrate, will do, spin off, sip my Powerade. It was a regular terminal session, but I didn't launch it myself. A tool did. That same tool launched this one. Can I attach an existing window to a different session? Hold on, wait, it just received commands from that other session? What have I done? Open the next wake word processor. Let's look at this. Re-implements the open wake word / Viola wake. Audio pipeline, Mel spectrogram, shared speech embedding. We are out of my area of expertise with all this. So this is a number of sample. I don't know why we need to specify that. Wouldn't that be based on the model? Inference session. Okay, I don't know anything about this. I sure hope it knows what it's talking about, because I don't. What's it doing with the ONX runtime? You looked at some of that? I barely understand, honestly. It is, what's wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. It's just doing stuff. It's just working on this on a level I didn't expect it to. Let me continue reviewing what it's doing. Yeah, so it's working on this on a much lower level than I thought it would be. Like it's inspect classifier input shape. That sounds like something I wouldn't expect to need to do. However, there's no library for this in C#. So stuff that I would be used to, engaging with a library, and that library is just not written yet. So I guess I'm doing some of this. Is the AI smarter than me? That's a little scary. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Claude is really smart. Claude has caught many mistakes that I've made when I'm working on it at work. However, I've also caught more mistakes than it's made, Looks like boilerplate from what I have there. Standard setup to load a model and pass data in and out. Okay, that's what it's looking like so far. It's just so low level. Processing audio, new samples short. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I was expecting byte, but short's fine. Append malframes. I don't really know. I don't really know what Mel spectrogram is. So there's a lot. I can't begin to understand this without a lot of education. And I'm like, do I want to do that research? Because I will forget all of it. And this little system will just run in Thalassa, and it won't be something that the rest of the project needs to reference. This is just, I've already got my interface for this. Again, normally I'd be using a library that would have all this in it. I don't like using AI for this right here, because this is stuff where I'm like, okay, I don't understand this well enough to know if the AI is full of shit or not. I don't understand this well enough to know if the AI is wrong, or if it's reinventing the wheel, or if it's doing it badly. But this does look not... But I would believe that this is doing what it needs to do, I guess. High-level calculations of embedding is just a way to calculate identicality between two things. I see. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sure. You can do that, Claude. Okay, session history shot of the project directory, not to the window or process that started, so I can attach from any terminal. No, let me try this one more time. No, actually, hold on. No, that should work. That should work. Let me... Okay, so it's suggesting I should be able to exit. Hold on. Wait, what's this? What's this? This is a session manager. Cool. Oh, escape did not do the same thing that time. Okay, but back will go here. So it's left arrow that will bring me to my session manager. Oh, I love that. Okay. Thank you a lot for that, by the way, Pyrrha. I appreciate you. Okay, now what are we doing? The wake word processor for Viola. Okay, so that was not Viola. That was something that Viola will need. Viola's not using that. Oh yeah, it is. Here we go. O and an X wake word pipeline. That really feels like. Well, we'll see. What do we add? Yes, right where it should be. Here. I don't know that we need a subfolder, but we'll see. Sometimes it does confidently write things that are way wrong, so it's necessary to panic a bit when it takes off. Yes. And sometimes it just misses the question. You know, it just misunderstands things. And, you know, that's okay. I do too. Alright, these I can understand so far. But at least it looks like it's in the ballpark. Might just need some iterations to make it work 100%. Yeah. Wave in data available. Okay, yep. This... I don't understand why sample count is going to be half of bytes recorded. That confuses me. Can I... What is this sample count is half of bytes recorded stuff? What exactly is a sample in this context? Might be recording stereo and need to have it? Yeah, I guess. And then we're doing a debounce check. Okay, that's cool. I like that it's doing a debounce check. A debounce, by the way, is, so you might have two different moments where it's hearing the word still. And both of those might register as, hey, this is the word completing. And so it needs to make sure that both of those times that happens, it's only treating that as one instance, because to the human, that's all that's happening. Keyboards are also things that do a lot of debouncing. Like if you hit say I hit a spacebar on my keyboard. Well, there's a moment there where my pressure on my keyboard might not be consistent. There's a spring that's involved. So maybe it secretly was unpressed and repressed again within the space of half a millisecond. We don't want the computer to interpret that as two spacebars. That's one spacebar. Hand tracking, you're awful. Maybe that should be my next fucking project, getting my hand tracking better. Anyway. Now we are looking at our... Where's confidence value? I love that it is now reading the settings. And we do need the settings now. I wonder if I should have a different confidence threshold for different tools. I really should. Can I come into the terminal window? I think one of your next one's going to be figuring out a wedge to make your fingers press the right keys. Huh? The sample is 1 16-bit audio amplitude value. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, cool. So a short will represent 2 of them at one instance in real time for... No, a short... It is a short, 16 bits. It's a raw binary from in audio. So one channel, it's... Okay, got it, yeah. So that makes sense, Cool. Alright, we can accept this. I wish I had an accept with feedback here like I do in the console, though, because I would have liked to say, yes, by the way, let's split out that confidence threshold value. What are we doing? Are we currently processing? I hit escape and was worried that I'd aborted something important. I aborted that right, the file was not created. The pipeline file was just before it did get written successfully. Nothing currently running here, is waiting on me. Oh, right. Okay. Proceed, but I do want to say it looked like we were using the same setting value as other awake word tools. We should probably use a different, or the same confidence setting. We should probably use a different setting for different tools with different capabilities. I'm gonna have to change a bunch of config files. A wedge to make your model's fingers press the right keys on your guitar based on controller input. I see. Interesting. Yep. Oh, I hope that doesn't try to edit my secure file, but my secure file doesn't have data in what it opens in Visual Studio, so that's okay. Alright, what are we doing? Yep. Now we get the VL awake word confidence. The rest of this at a glance. Don't just do at a glance comment. Actually read it. Gets you in trouble when you're doing that when you're code reviewing somebody's stuff. But good. Whatchamacalliting? How is the wake word processing going? Oh, it's done! Or the training going. D prime 6.43. I just trained up a model on violawake.com and it gives me a D prime of 6.43. What does that mean? Is that good? And can you link me to a reference for it? I'll go ahead and download the model for now, though. And how are we doing? Waiting for me. As we're adding a wake word processor type. Cool. And settings for a bunch of things. That's not sensitive information. Oh, I see why I would put that there, though. Because the Porcupine keyword file paths also probably shouldn't live there. Oh, the Porcupine keyword file paths probably shouldn't be here either. This is not sensitive data. Move that to the non-sensitive Thalassa settings file. What is this? This is a factory. Oh, gods. What the fuck? Well, it's a factory. I guess it should be newing stuff up, but do we need it to? Why am I using a factory for this? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm using a factory for this. That's fine. Got a little VL the weak word processor error. That. Cool. Spoon, why? Why must you do this, Spoon? That's not... Is a model config? Maybe it's not really configuration. Where should that live? For the glory of chaos. Is it chaotic? Is it really? It's very predictable of you, Spoon. Is it data? Much better. Much more chaotic. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the feat. Show duck feet. Nope, I won't do it. Yeah, oh, and also, yes, Claude, you're allowed to fix that for me. Thank you. Don't I have an assets folder? I do have an assets folder. Cool. Speech model, or nope, not speech models. Wake word models. And that's where this is gonna go. What are we doing? Ah, yeah, that's what we're doing. That's fair. Yes. Just looking at the right file now that we've updated where that stuff's gonna live. Okay, so Viola Week, what do you say I do now? I verified my email. So I can view performance here. What does that mean? Actually, Claude should be giving me some research. The signal detection theory metric. Is 6.43 good? Yes, very good. 2 is solid usable. Once we pass 3 to 4, that's perfect, it seems like. So a 6.4, it's very, very good. Awesome. Can I test it from here? What's this? Moving that over. Cool. This is the non-confidential one. Wait, no. What should be here? Yeah, let's make those relative paths. No, thank you. Let's make those relative paths. And in fact, I just created one of them. So Thalassa underscore classifier is the verbiage it's going to expect. That's valid. I will also want different wake words. Thalassa is the main one, but I also have some commands I need interpreted quickly. Like... abort this command. What do they call it? Also, don't use... Well, no, that's fine there. That's fine there. That's going to be really complicated for a new Thalassa user to set up, unfortunately. One thing that I did really like about using OpenAI for both voice to text... Well, I guess I'm still using it for most of the voice to text, but one thing that I like about using OpenAI for so much is that means that in order to run Thalassa, you need one dev token. Alright, where are we right now? Code... How should multiple VL wake word train phrases be represented in config/code? Generic list of name, model, pass, threshold, fixed name slots. Fixed name slots, definitely. Okay, did Claude have anything to say? User train models for TIM samples are personal demo quality. Okay. Well, it looks like I could use command line to train up more models. Maybe I'll do that later. The other week shares one mel spectrogram plus embedding model across all its trained classifier heads. This is also a level of complexity that maybe deserves its own file. Yeah. Spoon, you ducked me. Again, and again, and again, and again. Actually thinking about this further, the whole Viola wake word thing is pretty complex. Let's put all of that in its own file. Config file. And settings class. So that settings class can be referenced inside Thalassa settings, maybe? To be honest, I'm not sure if it should be or not. I'll trust your own judgment on that one, but share your thoughts. The ducking will continue until morale improves. Morale is good, Spoon! That matching the existing convention well. OpenAI settings sits alongside Thalassa settings, zone injectable singleton. So it'll do the same. Cool. Yep, I think that makes the most sense. Clearly it isn't there. It's still ducking happening. Ah, you're ducking happening. Okay, so we're gonna pull this out of this file. I'm really curious how much money I'm gonna spend on Claude this month. Probably a lot. But I'm not using one of the more expensive models. And so we have reveal the wake settings is being injected. Good. Let's see. Okay, it's going back to adding. Did I reject the last change I wanted to make here? Because I remember seeing this comment updated before. Real weeks. Hold on. I just said to move that into its own file. Hold on. Why is Porcupine keyword file path coming in here? No. I think we should move that into its own file too. Getting there, let's maybe put the Porcupine stuff in its own config file also. It might not need to be in its own settings class, but I don't want to scare any users that I distribute this to with a bunch of technical settings that they might not understand in the basic Thalassa config file. What are your thoughts, command line? Porcupine non-confidential. Perfect. I'm gonna assume it's gonna notice my pattern for files there. Maybe it won't though. You know, the weak settings. Should I have a subfolder? Should I introduce a subfolder for different link word config files so as to minimally intimidate potential consumers of the application if I ever start distributing this more? So that's my current thought. That's a reasonable idea given the patterns already established. But with the scary technical weak word internals and away from the top level config, a casual consumer just opens first. Yes, cool. Oh, cool. Let's actually move all of this scary, complicated wait word stuff into subfolders for config 2. And make sure to update. I'm glad that the AI caught that, hey, this is not going to be picked up by my settings stuff. And make sure to update the startup to load the configs from subfolder. Actually, at one point, Claude, during a previous development session, was telling me, hey, your config file loading is kind of garbage. Can we do better? And I was like, not right now. But now would be a good time. Also, feel free to re-engineer the way all of those files are, config files are loaded within startup.cs. I know that this is kind of a hackneyed way to do it. And it was right, by the way. That had bothered me when I first implemented this, but I never got around to fixing it. Yeah, cool. Understood. Let me restructure this property, subfolders for weak word settings, and a cleaner recursive config loader in startup. What does it want to do? Whoa! No, huh? Oh. I'm a little surprised it needs to do that from the command line, but sure, that's fine. It's moving the config files. Really, it's deleting the old config files that it had just created, and then it's creating... subfolders to put them in. Have I really used 22,000 tokens? That's not that many, but it's a fair few. 22,000 tokens. And honestly, by the way, I've already done so much and thought about so many things that I would not have gotten through in a single session if I was just doing this myself and was not relying on Claude. Like, it's really easy for a lot of people to say, hey, AI is not good, AI is not doing anything useful. Here it is. For programmers, it does. Okay, what are we looking at? Remove the now redundant Thalassa sensitive. Ah! No, that's wrong. That's wrong. You're deleting some real shit. Let me double check. That shouldn't even be filled, so it's probably not an awful problem. But let's take a look at that. Off screen, because it's my sensitive one, in case it does have data. Did I commit my Porcupine access key? And that's the only thing that was in that file. So actually, yeah, that's fine. AI can be a good tool that helps, and it should be doing all the work like some people are pushing for. Right. And it's different amounts of good for different use cases. Yes, we can delete that. Did I really commit my Porcupine access key? I can't blame the AI for that, guys. I did that one by myself. Anyway, that account's disabled, so I'm not too worried about it. But... yeah, that's fine. And then here's a non-confidential for VL Awake. Yes, that's all good. But yeah, and it's complicated. Cause yeah, like you can't trust this stuff to be completely independent. Maybe you'll be able to in 10, 20 years. I don't know. This stuff's grown in leaps and bounds in the last 5 years. It's going to be both exciting and scary to see what happens next. And we do not have a society that's ready for it. Especially with a Republican-led government where we will not be introducing reasonable legal controls over AI use. People are going to get lost in the lurch, and that's bad. It's going to happen anyways. That is going to happen on some level anyways. Oh, but y'all, let me show y'all something that I actually did with Claude the other day. That one? No, not that one. This one. So I was trying to decide, I was trying to find a font to consider switching to, because I was adding a captioning tool, although I don't have that on right now, other than I'm using the old one still. And I was like, okay, so I'm trying to I'm like, okay, find me some fonts that satisfy these requirements. And it's not possible, because one of the requirements has a sci-fi feel, and another requirement I'm giving it is dyslexia friendly. Those two things are at odds. Sci-fi feel means geometrical, often symmetrical shapes, and symmetrical and geometrical things are bad for dyslexic people. So that's not good. So that's why I was working on this with an AI. And at a certain point, it's like, all right, so we've selected these 3. Here, let me build you this tool. And I was just like, damn, I'm a web developer. It would have taken me a day to build this. At least 2 hours, probably a day. Now that's in part because this is very specific. I mean, I don't know this control. Maybe not a day. A day if I struggled. A day if I ran into problems. 2 hours if I didn't. But the layout, I would not have been able to get. Someone would have to tell me to make it look like this for me to make it look this good. And that's sobering. Yeah, kids wanting to use it to write the homework and do all the research, they won't. Yeah, like it's a productivity tool, but like a lot of productivity tools, if you the task of productivity of maximizing your output and the task of learning are not the same task. And if you do the one and not the other, then you can have a problem. What I'm doing, we just saw, what I was doing is I came to a problem earlier, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is going on with this wake word stuff. What the fuck this, ON and X stuff is. I'm glad I had Pira to help me understand it, but I still didn't go into it as deeply as I would have had to write that myself. Do I care? I don't know. Am I saying Claude could help with your stupid website? Claude could be more helpful than I would, probably, with your stupid website, other than I could help in the cases where it's struggling, or giving you bad advice. But the thing is that it might give you bad advice, and you might not have the context to understand it. However, with a good conversation with it, you will probably be able to suss some of those out. And once you've been using AI for a while, you'll start to recognize the patterns and realize now and again, I need to ask the question, hey, are we considering engineering? Are we considering good design practices? Pierre spent the last few days off and on having AI process through scripts that she wrote to try to find optimal FFmpeg settings to balance picture quality and size for archiving and creating editing proxy files. Hey, I did that! I did that a few months ago before I was using Claude. Actually, I don't remember if I used Claude for that. I think I was, at the time, using Microsoft Copilot because I was confused because there are 2 different things that call themselves Copilot. Anyway, what are we doing here? Set base paths for configuration. You've done it before and it took you days, right? Yeah. You have the most basic understanding of web building, but you hate it and your site crashed this week, and you're so stressed your computer and or internet has a crash and you go fix it. Yeah. And of course, maintenance is also a different problem than programming. So we could just automate it and let it generate data sets and do the analysis. Yes. Yeah, a smart enough AI to move a little independently that's like programming aware and stuff, which is all of them, I think, I imagine. Well, but they won't all have the right to operate independently a little. Like, I can just say, I had a conversation with Copilot, Microsoft, the Microsoft one, when I was at work half a year ago. Because I needed a bunch of test data created for what I was working on, which included valid VIN numbers for cars. I tried searching. I didn't really see a great repository out there. I didn't really, I found some tools where I could type in a VIN and it would tell me what that VIN is describing. But I was like, I don't know how to generate this, and 30 minutes to an hour of searching isn't really giving me a tool. And so I told Copilot to do that, and it gave me some invalid VINs, some data that looked good but was fake. And I said, all right, I need valid VINs. And it said, oh, okay, I'll write a little tool that will produce valid VINs that actually mean stuff and tell you what it means, and that's going to be the rest of the data in the file. And then it did that, and it's given me no problem since then. I've generated thousands of fake cars, and that's really cool. That would have taken me a while to research, a while to figure out, and that's knowledge that would have been throwaway knowledge for me. And in fact, I gained some of that knowledge because I know I have a better, because it is giving me an explanation of what goes into the VIN, what each few letters means. Okay, so get ordered JSON file paths. Yep, that looks way better. That looks way better. To fix it, you're supposed to toggle the part that's broken, and crashing stuff's the problem. AI is also really good at helping you troubleshoot problems like that. Like, I don't know anything about maintaining this system. AI, how do I fix this problem? And it'll give me a bunch of information, and Claude gives me a lot of technical information because it knows that that's what I want. I've taught it a lot of things. I'm gonna check that before I show it on screen. I think I can look at this memory under account? No. I was just in here the other day. Oh, it's gonna be under the desktop app. I'm silly. General... Am I blind? I might be blind. I thought it was under general. Oh, capabilities. Capabilities, view and manage memory. Well, that's not all completely perfect, Claude, but close enough. No. I can't move the window when I'm in the settings menus? That's real dumb. But, oh, that was a little doxy. That's okay. Usage... Nope, not usage. Although I wanted to see this. How much have I spent? Okay, so my current session... Looks like it's... Okay, I don't remember enough about the billing. I should know that, but I'm blanking on it right now. Anyway, so it knows that I'm a full-stack .NET developer. Can I change this? No. By trade, it does say I stream 18 plus content. I do not... I mean, I guess it's 18 plus content. It's an 18 plus community. But that makes it sound like I stream porn. I don't stream porn. Actually solved a random issue you had with Impact crashing at times. Let's go! You need to start up your TD Air instance again, then VODs need to shrink. Oh no. So it's got, it knows a bit about it knows my pronouns, it knows, oh, weird. Okay, right. I've been talking to it about let's not go into that. I've been talking to it about recently. Trying to solve a problem we're looking at. Finding reference for some art, by the way. And it's remembering some of the recent stuff I've done. I'm gonna strip this segment out of the VOD. I thought this would be dangerous. This is dangerous. And it's remembering some of the stuff that I've done recently, so it's got some background on me and my skills and the things that I've recently learned from it. It knows long-term who I am and what I do. You know, it knows that I stream and I use these tools that I'm streaming. And it's got my hardware, which I've told it. And it remembers, I didn't see that I'm a professional programmer on here. That's something that I always make sure to tell them. Oh, it's at the top, it's at the top. Okay, very first thing. And it considers all of that in everything that I do with it. This is why you prefer local AI stuff, only your equipment knows all this. I mean, I don't really care that much about them knowing that. Like, that's fine for them to know that. Like, I just don't want, you know, people knowing. I don't know. Thinking about it, I don't know. Like, what am I ashamed that I'm researching stuff I'm going to publish in the art channel once I've commissioned it? No, I'm not ashamed of that. I'm gonna be proud of that once it's done. So I don't know. I think that was just some stigma around some of the content that is like socially ingrained in me that I should really reconsider. If you know what's capturing that stuff, it's one thing, right? I mean, it's got a chance of capturing everything I've said to it. I know that. And I'm trying to go through the memory now and again and check stuff and make sure that it's not. Make sure I know what it is and is not capturing. In fact, hold on. I didn't see the exclusion that I told it recently. Did I just scroll past it? I'll bet I did. Because I had it talking about some mental health issues I was going through recently. And I said, hey, do not commit this to memory. Okay. Well, you know, actually, that's in that conversation. So it did not commit anything from that to memory. It did remember, hey, I'm supposed to not commit this thread to memory, but it doesn't know anything. It's forgotten about that thread altogether. That's better, I think. And if I ever do anything else in the thread, it will get that instruction again. So that's good. You think most people don't understand that's happening or they're ignorant of it. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid, Pira. Anyways, where were we? Right. It's reorchestrating the config file using the built-in configuration tools and not loading JSON file paths like a plebeian, which is what I was doing before. Get ordered JSON file paths? All JSON files under... What? Why would you put an inline method for that? It's a simple one-line inline method. I'm gonna have a quick chat in a different Claude window about that. A Claude worker is presenting this to me for code review. Why would I consider using an inline method for all JSON files under and not just use a class level one? My instinct is to reject it and pull it into the class level. But I guess that might dirty up the IntelliSense. Are there other reasons, other factors going into that decision? Didn't I say a different screen? No, a different window. Because I don't need to clutter up the I don't need to like reject this to have a conversation because that's blocking. I'd have to. That would have made more sense in a BTW command, but still. There's a lot going on. No, this is what I was intending to do. Okay, so now I'm going to look at what it's thinking internally. Alright, let's see this. No closure capture, so now downside. Local functions get the real advantage when they close over the enclosing method state without needing an explicit parameter list. Okay, yeah, true. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's not what's happening here. Takes root as its own parameter and touches nothing else in the thing, so it's just as easy to read as a local function as a class method. If it needed to capture something, that would be a stronger argument for keeping it local. Yes, single use, self-contained. It's called twice, both times inside this method, and it's a one-liner. That is a textbook case where people reach for local functions. Yeah, I mean, you're right. No other member of this class has a legitimate reason to know it exists. That's what I meant when I said that we're just kind of cluttering up the class. Then like I said, IntelliSense surface. And that's not a superficial concern. Honestly, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I think I'm not using inline functions enough. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about, an inline function is... I wish that I had IntelliSense in this here, or syntax highlighting. I wish this was colors. So we've got, this is a method, right? Get ordered JSON file paths, and it takes in parameters sensitive path and non-confidential path, and this is what it does to all this shit. And then it returns me some strings, an IEnumerable, which is more than one string. So the first thing it does is create its own method. Allow JSON, or sorry, all JSON files under, and then a path. Wait, hold on. That won't return all of my files, will it? But anyways, so this is used in both of these other two lines. This is a very good way to minimize code reuse, code duplication, code reuse instead. We're reusing this one line of code here instead of repeating that. That being said, that's not. No, I take it back. I do like not reusing that. So I'm saying, well, why is this method inside of this other method and not its own? And that's what an inline method is. It's a method that's inside of another method. Yeah, I think I've been underusing those. I think I'm glad it's suggesting this. Anyway. What else? Okay, I've looked at all of this. Yes, let's do that. What are we waiting for? This one. Okay, it is continuing to work. Thinking right now. Am I doing anything over here? Grade B is usable for trials. Capture false alarm rate before production deployment. False alarm rate is unavailable. Threshold is very high. Lower it slightly if the wake word feels hard to trigger. Wait, the threshold. Didn't I set the threshold over here somewhere? Yeah, it's in the config file even. Well, okay. You know what? I'm gonna have it work on some other... training some new models also while I'm doing this. What are all of my wake words right now again? It's under Thalassa non-confidential. Abort listening and abort command. Honestly, both of those will roll off my tongue most naturally. I only get 3. So Thalassa, abort listening, and abort command is actually going to fulfill my minimum necessary stuff here. Cool. I worry that it might be better for me to choose different words and abort for both of them. And I keep trying to remember that belay that works really well. Like, oh no, cancel listening is one I say a lot too. Yeah, no, let's do that. Let's do that. Cancel listening and abort command. Cancel listening. 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 Cancel listening! Alright, let's start training the cancel listening wake word. What are we up to right now? Still processing, I think. Yes? No? Oh! I didn't see this window. This isn't a diff. I'll confirm that in a second, I guess. So it's saying that I'm going to be moving this config file. This poor guy. He has tried to submit changes to this config file over and over. Yeah, okay, it reordered one of my files to put it with the others inside this project file. It's a generated file. So it's not something I would have edited by hand, so I wouldn't have made that or I wouldn't have made that, or wouldn't have looked like that right now. Oh, perfect. Mwah. Love it. Is the sound alike list only used by the Windows one? I think so. But yes, this is now good. I finally approve those of those config files. Look at the fish telling lies. But Spoon, what lies? You are fantastic, Spoon. You are wonderful. I'm so proud of the way that you've developed your simping abilities. It is glorious and grand. Also, Spoon, you're a really good friend. I hope that you know that. Because I've had some emotional struggles of my own lately. I say of my own. You haven't come to me with yours, so I don't mean to imply that you have. But I've had emotional struggles my whole life, and especially lately. And your friendship has been really important to me in helping me to overcome that. Or at least in dealing with the day-to-day some of the time. Oh, I love that it's telling me this bit now that it knows about multiple wake words. It's going to add some brief aside about other wake words in the pipeline. I also think that you're really cool and really nerdy. I love the things that you're into and how deep you go into it and how much you know about how many things. It's exciting that the Space Engineer server is still up and we are getting more people lately, which is awesome. Ash was on there today telling me that he was starving to death over and over. Poor Ash. I haven't played Space Engineers at all since they added food. It sounds like not something I'd want in that game, honestly. A queue for the buffer instead of a list. I mean, if the consuming components accept that, sure. But that's weird. Classifier slot, build classifier slot. Oh my god, there's a lot of changes. Sounds like Ash needs a food run. Maybe. He's also mentioned that he doesn't have enough ice, and I told him to let you know if he wanted an ice delivery. So I don't know if he asked for it or not. You just bring your food truck out there. Anyway, Spoon, I think that you're really funny, and you are a lot of fun to collab with and stream with and hang out with, and I'm looking forward to playing with you some more, nope, not that one. Split Fiction, on Tuesday. Parallel Experiment and Split Fiction, I see why I get them confused. They're both about, like, content moving side by side, or like moving apart from one another, not together, not as the same thing. One of them being parallel and one of them being split. One of them being an experiment and one of them being a fiction. I think that's really cool. Didn't even notice, but that's why I've been confusing them. Probably. I'm not certain that this is looking stuff up enough. Oh, okay, it's applying it to all of the different, I see. It's applying each sample, each like line to, oh, that's this week word? How about this week word? I'm going through it, right? Yeah, for each. Okay, that looks good. And... oh, wait, was it a queue before and isn't now? Oh, interesting. I don't know why it's a list instead of a queue now. Anyways, Spoon, I'm so happy that you and Kara met recently, and I'm so excited for y'all for the next time you get to do it. Right, remove range. Ah, gods. I will ask this guy. I don't know if the BTW knows the details of the thoughts that went into. I think it does. I guess it would know everything that the main thread knows. Why are we switching from a queue to a list for the embedding buffer? Only wish you could have done Autumn to be back in the UK, but it looks like that won't be happening. Aww. Because for a single classifier, a queue worked fine. Every new embedding gets in-queued and the oldest gets de-queued, but once there are multiple... one classifier might want the last 16 and then another the last 20. A queue lets me efficiently access or remove from the front and add at the back. It doesn't support pulling... Okay, alright. I didn't realize that they might want different lengths. Okay, cool. And now down here, slot. What's a slot? Ah. It's passed into run classifier. That's different. Slot dot... Oh, classifier... What is the record keyword? I've never seen that before. The record keyword is a modifier. Okay. Well, that's not the verbiage that the search page used, but that's okay. Provides built-in functionality for encapsulating data. The record class and record syntax define reference types. The record struct defines a value type. Okay. So record can either be added to the word class, or the word class can be omitted, or we can say record struct. What are we doing here? We are omitting the word class. We have a private class. It's just this data structure. I usually like that to be in another file, but it's fine. We need to declare a primary constructor on the record. The compiler generates public properties for the primary constructor parameter. What? Okay, so you just give it a one-liner and it just generates a whole POCO, from just a constructor. That's kind of useful and kind of not, yeah. Yeah, this is kind of the same thing as this, but this doesn't even show the constructor. You like it and hate it, yeah. Because, like, if it gets to a long list... Well, that's fine. No, I was about to say then it'll be hard to follow everything that's going on, but you just add a new line between each parameter, and then you've got something that's easier to read, I think, than a property list. If you start needing to throw in overrides, your old school would rather have explicit constructor lines and stuff. I usually like explicit stuff better, but I mean, after I got used to auto properties, it shouldn't take that long because auto properties are real nice, you know. Auto property being this syntax: get set or get init in this case. If it's something small, it's fine. Well, if it's big, it's better. If it's big, that means you've got way less to scroll through without seeing that's gonna obstruct what you're looking at, like what you're looking for. The signal noise gets way better. I'm into it. I'm into it. When was this introduced? Positional syntax for property and field definition. Use positional parameter to declare properties of record or to initialize property or field values. You're just going to show me the name one also, right? I'm assuming you're not saying we have to use positional syntax. This also, by the way, y'all, AI is teaching me something here. I mean, this is not the AI teaching me this. The AI used this thing, and I'm like, I'm going to read the proper documentation. Honestly, Claude's description would probably be easier to read than this. But I like at least being a little familiar with the Microsoft documentation. The definition of equality for hold on. Okay, definition of equality follows if it's a class or a struct, like classes or structs always do, or usually do. So that's good. Wait, no, I misread that. Okay, so record classes. Oh, that's yummy. Okay, so record classes automatically compare the values of the properties, the way that structs do. This is a difference between classes and structs. Most people never need to think about structs. Most people just use classes for everything, and that's fine. Basically, structs are just for storing data, just for storing small amounts of data, and you don't need, and it doesn't matter if you're, and it's stored in memory in a way that's a little bit more of a, quicker to access, but might be more of a pain. Classes, I might have phrased that badly. I need to refresh myself on that. It's been decades since that class, that class in uni. But an annoyance with using classes is often that if I'm saying, hey, is this class the same as this class, then if you want it to really compare the data, you've got to implement that yourself. And this just does that. Structs don't do that. Structs will compare them completely identically because of the way that structs work behind the scenes. So that's a lot of really tasty syntactic sugar. Syntactic sugar meaning stuff that doesn't really add any functional difference to the language, but that makes it faster to type or easier to read. So that's huge. Not having to override my own two strings for my own equality comparison on classes, I want to use that every time now. Non-destructive mutation. If you need to copy an instance, so with expression to retrieve. Hold on. A with expression? What is that? Oh, that's cool. So that's a built-in copy constructor. Oh my gosh, this is so nice. Are you familiar with the records keyword, Pira? It's like the long form of the link format. I would assume not for two-string. What do you mean? I'm not certain I understand your question. So a copy constructor. You know of it, but have yet to really use them. Gotcha. So a copy constructor. So if I want to say... Actually, let me go back a little. To compare, to go into my equality. So... I've got some real-life stuff that I could point at, but I don't have a camera on, of course. Long-form questions about the width. I'm of the link format, I'm not sure what the link format is. What you mean by that? Link wouldn't have a copy constructor, would it? That seems like not Link's job. But anyway, so with comparing two classes, if I've got a car, if I've got my car and it has, and cars have the properties of make, model, number of doors, and color, then you would say, okay, well, Comet has the car, red Camry with white. No, I already said red. With I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know cars. And say that Pira has a red Camry with the same number of doors. Then are those two cars the same? No, they're not. Now, for some cases, you might want to say that's the same thing. The data's all the same. It's just that's not the same one. With classes, it only cares if the thing you're looking at is the same one. With a struct, however, I would say, okay, so this is a car, and a car is, doors, number of doors, color, make, model, and so is this So that's so in that circumstance we'd say, all right, so is Pierre's car and Comet's car the same? Well, they have the same number of doors and the same color and same make and model. They sure are. Same thing. Same thing. Yes, that's the same thing. So structs and classes work a lot differently in how they compare those things. But you'll often want that latter behavior for a lot of things. But classes are what you wind up using for most things. So you have to put that behavior into your class one by one. And this with keyword looks to me like it is just doing all that for you. That kind of like winds up meaning that you've got to do a bit of extra work for every single method or property on your object, like number of doors or color or what have you. And that's just all gone here. Perlink, you can do more SQL-like syntax. Oh no, not that with, different keyword. This is not that at all. Well, I said, you're saying it's like a select. Not really, because with a select you have to indicate what every column is going to be. This is a copy constructor. So with this, we've got Nancy DeVolio, who's got this phone number, and then we've got another one. It's the same thing as Nancy DeVolio, same phone number, same everything, except the first name is John. Different person. So in order to say same thing, but one thing is different, normally you'd have to create a new one, you'd have to copy everything by hand, or you'd need a copy constructor. So you need to say, oh, well, person 2 is person 1. Its first name is person 1. First name, well, last name. Phone numbers for person 2 is person 1. Phone numbers. But for this, you just say it's the same thing as person 1, but with a different first name. That's really nice. The with expression can set positional properties. Hate that. Hate the notion of just saying, oh, with. So you could just leave out the first name equals, and that would do the same thing. You could just say with John. That's useful in some places. Yeah, Ari, yeah. So yeah, to implement this feature for record class types, the compiler synthesizes a clone method and a copy constructor. Like always? I guess it would, but that's gonna be unnecessary overhead in your resulting code. If you need different copying behavior, write your own copy constructor. And override the clone method. A with expression first copies the existing record instance and modifies any existing things. Computed properties and record types should be computed on access, not initialized when the instance is created. Otherwise, a property could return the computed value based on the original instance and not the modified copy. Having some trouble wrapping my head around that. What's it saying? Otherwise... I see. That makes sense. Yeah, because your copy's not your copied object won't exist until after things are copied. So if you're still copying something, you don't know if the other thing has been copied over yet, and if you're looking at old data or new data. So you just can't do that. Well, you shouldn't do that. I don't know. This doesn't say it'll error, but it says not to do that. Okay, anything? Just a bunch of examples. Built-in formatting. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Record types have a compiler-generated toString method that displays the names and values of public properties and fields. Oh. I'm going to make every POCO ever a record. POCO, by the way, is a plain old CLR object. It's a programming term. The C# term, .NET term, I think. That just means this class's only purpose is to store data. It doesn't have behavior attached to it. No methods, nothing. I would often override toString because toString will determine what shows up in a watch. I wonder how many people here are following what I'm talking about. I'm trying to dumb it down and make it understandable for people with basic, or maybe slightly more than basic programming skills. But I'm moving fast, and I don't know how many people watching here don't have that level of like software engineering knowledge to know what I'm talking about with classes and stuff. But I just do what I can do, you know? Starting in C#C15, a record class can use the closed modifier to restrict direct derivation to its declaring assembly. Sure. Consumers can then write exhaustive switch expressions over its direct descendants that a default ARM. I'm not going to read up on that, but I want to. Not only that, you don't know who could refer to the VOD later. That's true, Pira. That's true, too. Yeah. So I hope that this discussion is not excluding too many people who aren't here for this type of thing. Positional parameters and derived record types. Derived record types. The derived record declares positional parameters for all the position parameters in the base record constructor. Interesting. Why? Okay. So we can't, like, leave some of this out. But of course we couldn't, because then we couldn't create the constructor. We couldn't call the constructor. So whatever the derived class is doing, teacher in this example, the order that the person is in is not going to be the same order the teacher is in. You're tracking your questioning if it would be useful for your ANOVA builder. Probably. I would say that for most things that are dealing with data and structures, and you're dealing with a lot of, well, actually, I don't remember how far we've gone into classes with your work. Where's the best place to make a SQL database? I maintain that having a... Wait, what do you mean? We got that. We got through that, didn't we? We had you create a SQLite database that is stored in your project, right? Equality and inheritance hierarchies. Oh. The two records to be equal, the runtime type must be equal. Sure. We were trying to convert. Right. Nothing was wanting to do that easily. Oh, the conversion itself. I thought we had something figured out. I'm not certain. Incidentally, I was having Claude help me with that while we were talking about it, to help me do some searches. I didn't have it help me much, but I was replacing Google searching with Claude searching where I could. For each classifier slot... Did I not finish reviewing this? Right! The record keyword. Yeah. Anyways, yes, this is good, and it's a one-liner down here because that's all that a whole Poco needs to be now. Oh, I love it. I love it. I've seen a lot of files that have, like, a bunch of classes in the same file in the last 2 places I've worked, and I've hated it. Because it's been like, oh, here's a bunch of Pocos that support this class. But that's a lot easier when it's... That makes a lot more sense to me when it's just one line down there. As opposed to, oh, there's a whole, like, 15 properties on this, and here's another one with 20 properties, there's another one with 5 properties. And I'm like, why are these all in the same place? But if it's just one line in the same place, that's a good place to look for it. I'd look for that there. Well, I wouldn't look for that there, but after I get in the habit, you know, this would be a good place for it. With expressions under... Okay, I'm getting deep into the weeds here. Deconstructor behavior and derived records. You know, I didn't think about how you'd maybe have unmanaged code for this. The deconstruct method of a derived record returns values of all positional properties of the compile time type. That's not what I thought we meant. The following example demonstrates calling a deconstructor on a derived method. Deconstructor does not mean destructor, does it? Is that what we're calling this unboxing? That's not an unboxing. That's not an unboxing. What are we doing? Oh, I see. We're producing a tuple that is the first name and the last name of this teacher, aren't we? It's not even a tuple. It's two different variables. Okay, noted. Cool. And it returns the values of all positional properties of the compile type, time type. Focus comment. Brain started to wander. So what are we trying to demonstrate here? It returns only the base record properties unless the object is cast of the derived type. I hate that variable name in their example. Okay, that makes sense. So it's just telling me that it's using that when it's using its implicit toString, it uses the one of the type it knows about and not the underlying type. That's valid. That makes sense. That's how I would expect that to work. Okay, wake_word/command listener trained via the wake, based on a real recording of the streamer's own voice, running locally through Microsoft.ml.onx runtime. Where was this value coming from before? Ah. I see, it was coming from a factory. Okay. Oh, gods. Oh, what a pain. I'm very glad the AI is writing this, not me. I would not be done with this. This would be a 4 or 5 session long project. I would probably not finish it. God damn it, you're stuck watching Solid J again? What's that? So we're gonna try detecting with the appropriate confidences. Why is... What is confidences? Oh, this. I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Looks good. Makes sense. Makes sense. Do I want to make something more generic so that I can issue any command without Thalassa hearing, like going into the full conversation system? That would save on tokens. Because this is running locally. It's a guy that makes funny videos, rewriting superhero cartoons and such. And I know exactly who got you into that. Yep, probably. Okay, alright, yeah, this all looks good. How did this training go? It is done. Cool. what are you doing? You still working? You are. Oh, you gave me something to do. Give me something to review. So now the wake word processor factory gets Viola wake settings, which is another of its many fucking dependencies, but it's a factory. That's what those do. Let's hold on to those. That looks good. Cancel listening abort command classifiers are optional. Only the shared backbone and the wake word classifier itself are optional. That's good. I like that. What else are we adding? What have we done here? Oh, we're pulling it out of appropriate settings files. Sure. Yep. Good way to do. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, good. Cool. Still chugging. Still chugging. Cancel listening, abort command classifiers are optional extras. Only wire them in if their train model actually exists. Yes, good. Good, which is funny because right now they don't. Although one of them's about to. How do I close this? Oh, it's under assets. When did I close this folder? Oh well. It's open now. And what file names are we looking for again? What are we doing? Another change the press. Why does the CS proj not give me a diff output? Yep, just rearranging the and adding the config files. Where's the accept button? Oh, right, I've already accepted it. You done? You're now asking for permission to. You don't have to build it for me. But yes, you're allowed to build the project now and forever. Nope, not you, Ari. I know who he's talking about. Okay, that is done with that kind of. That took an hour. That was a lot of me getting sidetracked about other things. Is it me? It's not me either. Different mutual friend. So abort underscore command and Thalassa are the names it's expecting right now. So I'll call that Thalassa, I'll call that abort underscore command. Right? No, cancel underscore listening. Abort command comes next, but right now... Did it build? Build succeeded. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna build it too. Fuck you. Was that all? I guess it would be, wouldn't it? I'm gonna need to change my actual config files, not just these templates. In fact, I think... No, these all have rational paths right now. Change into a duck? Why would you change me into a duck? Why would you do this? Yeah, let's use these now. Let's switch to Viola Wake as our wake word processor, and let's see if this works on the first try. I'll be impressed if it does. Not release mode, debug mode, thank you. What a good start! Blew up immediately. Hold on, really? Viola Wake and Thalassa settings is blank or invalid. Is it? Make word interpreter, blah. Ah, I see. Oh, wait, hold on. No, this should have been that. Viola Wake. Viola Wake. It's so very dumb, but normally you got them to smile, and there's not much to smile about. Eh? What are we talking about? Oh, one of the ways to make the kids laugh in the last several months. Whenever they say your name, you'd respond with, I didn't do it! Yeah. Fair and valid. Love that, Arian. And I'm not so why is this not okay? So Viola Wake. Why do we not stop here? Oh wait, no, these are all being treated as required. It's just commenting that that some of them should be optional, but one of them is not optional right now. Or sorry, none of them are optional, and one of them is actively missing because I haven't built it yet. In fact, no, wait, I take it back. What is the mouse spectrogram model and what is the embedding model? No, the embedding, hold on. You can't sleep, can you curl up here? Of course, Izzy. Of course. I'm sorry you're having trouble sleeping. Where do I get the mouse spectrogram model and the embedding model again? At risk of waking you up, Izzy? So Emmy had me announce during my collab with the others about the pronouns, about the plural plugin that you developed, and I think that's really cool and really awesome. And I was glad to do it to in front of everyone, so that everyone else knew about it during that collab. That was great. I've wondered, by the way, do you have plans to like integrate to get like a fork of Frankerface Z or anything? I'd really love to see that in my OBS with the way that it integrates into Frankerface or something. What plugin? I'm glad you asked, Spoon. I'm glad you asked. I'm sure my Clipboard. Oh no, my clipboard does still have the relevant stuff. A plural plugin to for people who are plural. They have like dissociative identity disorder or some other divergence, neurodivergence that would cause them to have multiple identities in their head that might be leading their body at any given moment. They and people that they talk to can use the pronoun. The plural. What do you call it again? You'd love to. At the moment, you've had issues with the Twitch emotes, but you fixed it. Sorry about the browser history thing. Not a problem. You got a Firefox version? Yes. Emmy sent me the link to the Firefox version. So I'll go ahead and paste that since I've got it on hand. Plural chat, it's called. And Izzy, feel free to post the Opera link. I don't use Opera, so I do not, or DM it to me just so that I've got all three of them. But I would love to be able to distribute that. Okay, so did Claude think about that? Do I just download that? I'll just download that. Cool. The release assets. Hold on. Let's talk more about these release assets. Oh, that's from Open Week Word, not from the thing. You can't let it as it's being moderated? You should be able to paste links in my chat. I don't actually have those moderation tools enabled that I can recall. Oh, I see. You're saying it's uploaded to the Opera Store, but it's not out yet. Okay, got it. Okay. I thought you were saying you couldn't put a link here. Understood. So it's not available in the store yet, but the store has it. Understood. So this link does look good. It's going to be the Open Wake Word releases download mouse spectrogram. Sounds like that's going to be what it's talking about. Let's go do that by hand anyway. You didn't know Emmy did this? Yeah. I had a feeling she might not have asked. I was wondering. I probably shouldn't have identified you. She didn't, and I was trying to be careful not to earlier, but I figured that while you're here, maybe that's shitty of me. I don't know. I hope that was okay. Yeah. They're gonna give me an old version, 2 years old. Oh, it doesn't have the models in this version. Okay. And this version does have the model. That's fair then. Remove model files. Why? Where do those go? As release assets, added utility function to download the models. So I can't help but notice that the Open Wake Word project has removed the files from its latest release, and instead Open Wake Word downloads the models itself. I wonder, should my tool do that as well to minimize pain on the end user opinions? It's not as bad as what Google did when you posted it. They put your full name and address on the store page and you had to delete the address from your account. Oh, yeah. It's thinking about some things. It is doing some consideration. So what are the model download utility functions? Oh, that is what it's doing. It downloads them from the same place. Alexa? Why is there an Alexa? What is TF Lite? I don't know what TF Lite means. Worth doing with a couple of caveats. While you can confirm their changelog, models are no longer included and must be downloaded separately. VTuber does that. It is, you're right, it is still plenty of the same thing that I'm told to do here, which I just noticed. Don't ship large binary blobs in a package that most users will pip install many times, touch them once instead. Applause estimates since I'm the only end user. True. Yeah, exactly. This would add overhead to the setup, but where I've got to go and download those models. Let's not have to do that, actually, ideally. Does it have a pop-up that's supposed to open, or am I not? Oh, is he? I spent this whole conversation moving away from Twilio because I couldn't trust what was happening on the other end of an OP connection. True! True! A silent runtime download of a binary from a URL with no integrity check is the same trust problem. Yeah, but this is... I mean, you're right. You're right. So pin its exact release URL and expect a specific SHA-256 hash. On startup, check the local cache paths for the files. If it's missing, download, verify the hash matches, and cache. If it doesn't match, fail loudly, rather than loading a possibly different file silently. If it's present and the hash is valid, skip the network call entirely. No network dependency on every launch, just the first one or after a cache wipe. Log it clearly when a download happens. I haven't actually seen it in action yet. Do I remember the URL for that? I do not. That's fine, I'll pull up my Stream Manager. Actually, wait, does it work with Stream Manager? I don't even know. Hey, Izzy, does it work in Stream Manager? It should, okay. This is what I'm seeing. Works on the dashboard. Yeah. Should I be seeing it somewhere? Seeing something somewhere? Let me double check my installation. Hold on. I don't see it in my extensions list. My bad. Let me go grab that from the store. It doesn't work on pop-out soon because it has pop-out. It didn't work in my Stream Manager either. Let me go double check that I've got it installed. I don't remember uninstalling it, but I might have when I saw that it wanted permissions that I didn't know, that you hadn't warned me about the first time. Before you realized it would ask for those permissions. We'll go sleep over. Yeah. No, sorry, I don't mean to wake you. I don't mean to keep you up. That's not great. That's not great. Sorry. Bad auntie. Mean auntie. Wait, it says this item is... Oh, it's inactive. That would do it, wouldn't it? Why didn't it show up in the list, though? I was already shouting. I'm not shouting at you, I'm shouting at myself. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's consuming a lot of space. That is an attractive pop-up, though. Wow. It does not go down to one line and I stretch it. They'll add in different sizes. Gotta go repark the car. I don't want to get bothered at 7 AM when somebody comes to park. Oh, yeah. But yeah, so look at this. This is what it looks like if a member of a system is talking. You get the name of the system and I can cursor over and see, oh, that's Izzy. Who is the system with this ID? And I can copy that ID over. I can open your profile. Look at that. That's so good. I love that to death. I am confused by the British timestamp, but that's okay. All right. So, yeah. Night Nights music is making me sleepy. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, Izzy. Rest well, sweetie. So, this blew up on launch because you've got a very good guard in place requiring me to have downloaded the Mel spectrogram model and the embedding model first. Ah, shit, I'm not done talking. The latest, what was it called? Open wake word downloads that by hand from GitHub. Let's do that as well. Maybe a SHA cache, or maybe a SHA hash, and maybe verifying it with a SHA hash, and then use that. Honestly, an asset downloading system might be useful for other things. How minimally could we easily could we add that? I wonder. What I meant to say was how briefly could we add that? That is in how much would that add to complexity? I feel like we could make it reasonably small, but definitely let me know if it'll be more than a couple of new classes. A few new classes. Wait, we're on medium effort? Let's move to high effort. How do I change the model from here? Slash model. It's answering it for the command line, not for within the app. clear, I mean for the current session, not any subsequent. In the current console instance. Console instance isn't right, because when I said that before, it thought I meant window. Like, different application instance, same command prompt. /model, /config, so /conf. Oh, cool. What have I just done? What have I just done? Okay, well, config. Oh, what are we doing? Simple expansion, Claude job directory. What are you doing? You want to build a temp folder and download these things into them and record their hashes so that we can add security for knowing that we have downloaded them. Did we download them? We did download them. I accidentally told it to do that. Did I give it carte blanche permission to download stuff? I shouldn't have downloaded a bunch of things. It should have asked me for a bunch of times first. I think that's what that... Oh, what did I just do? Was a minute ago. I mean, I don't think that does what you wanted to do there, little app. Little Claude. We haven't downloaded an embedding model yet. But I don't know how SHA-256 sum works. Spoon, do you? Oh, you're AFK. I don't know if it's looking for known fields. Like... Yeah. I don't think we've downloaded those. But sure. Go nuts. Thinking, what is the one I'm looking for? Oh, what are we doing? I think you've just not downloaded them. Yes, but I think we haven't downloaded the ONNX files, have we? And card's been moved. Cool. Okay, do H equals... You're trying to find different ways to calculate the SHA-256, thinking that's why it's blowing up, but it's not blowing up, but you didn't download it yet! Well, you'll catch up with the fact that I just told you didn't download it yet soon enough. How do we get to the second page of config? What are we doing? Oh, I lied, it did download it. I assume, because those are SHA hashes. Since we can open weak word self-publishes no hashes, verify via SHA means we pin the hash of what we've now downloaded and verified ourselves and check it against it on future runs. Yes, that's what I wanted to see. That's genuinely small. 2 classes cover it. Hold on. No, but a generic managed asset, an asset downloader. Yeah, okay, true. Oh, well, I need to check what version of C#. It doesn't matter for this project, but what version of C# or yeah, I'll say C# was the record keyword added to. .NET 5, November 2020. Damn, 6 years old and I'm just now learning about it. Echo. On Monday at noon, remind me records exist.
Okay, I'll remind you.
You prompted me? More CS prod changes. Oh. Describes a file flexible from a URL and verifiable against a known SHA-256 hash before being trusted for assets, such as ONNX models. Too large to check into source control, where we still want to detect a corrupted or unexpectedly changed download. Update my dependencies. Ugh, it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be ugly. I think I'm even out of LTS now, out of long-term support. Asset downloader, we'll go to the... Oh, hold on, you don't create your own damn HTTP client, do you? I'm pretty sure that's not the correct way to do that in 2026. What the hell? It's a static class? Yeah, you're gonna need another class to manage this then. Why would... No, I'm rejecting the fuck out of that change request. That HTTP client is neither having its memory managed correctly nor being instantiated correctly. But, according to modern development practices. Try again. Try again or explain yourself. I could go into more detail, but it's smart enough. It'll figure out what I'm talking about. If it not, then we'll have further conversations. I'm creating my create my own downloader. Just get it. Eh. I mean, we are creating our own downloader here. That's HTTP clients, the most basic way that that C# and .NET will talk to make an HTTP call. Fair, let me make this a properly DI inject a class using iHTTP client. A factory consistent with how the rest of the app registers HTTP clients. Good. If I had to, like, review everything it's done for quality, it would find that. I'm annoyed that I would have to have it take that step. Use curl then if you want to be fancy. Alright, so now we got our asset downloader. It is a class, it's sealed. Sure, that's fine. I don't know that I really want it sealed, but it doesn't matter. I can unseal it if I need to. And now you're going to use an HTTP client factory, which is much better. I mean, honestly, we don't need to hold on to the factory. That sounds like unnecessary work a little bit, but that's okay. You're still not managing the memory for it. You're still not putting it in a using block. That's all you've got to do. One keyword, using. You put using right here. Just like you do on the next line. Did you not... I assume that you... Shouldn't that HTTP client still be in a using block? Good catch. It is optional. The pullet handler survives disposal either way, but there's no reason not to. Factory must grow. Alright, so earnestly loving it. Earnestly loving it. Then we compute the SHA-56 of the thingy. 56 to 56. But we do need to compare it to known values. Downloaded hash is not the expected assets thing. Where are we storing that? That's a question for later us. That's not what this class's job. What is a factory in that context? You never encountered that terminology in a coding context. Good question, Spoon. A factory is a class that in its job is to create instances of other things. Generally, a factory will be disambiguating something. Like, we don't know at the time we are writing the code what at this moment the factory is going to be creating. For example, Thalassa's commands use a factory. So if I have Thalassa up here, I'll put her full output log over here. So if I say command shoutout spoon, then the way that we do that is that we will go into our command factory, and we will say, okay, we have a command. What command do we need? We need to create the appropriate command, an instance of the appropriate command. That's going to be under Thalassa herself, I think. Commands? No, probably the base one. I don't. Here we go. Yeah. So our command factory is a lot more involved because it's got a lot of different things it can do. It can do a shout out. It can do a timeout. And so we know that the LLM, ChatGPT here, is saying, hey, we need to create a shout out command, and here's what the argument is going to be. You can see that from here. Shout out target spoon. So our factory will be given the command shout out, which is a string, and an argument target spoon. Then it will look through all of the commands that it knows how to create. It knows how to create shout out, timeout, send chat message, reset cruise control that I don't even use anymore. Say the name of the last raider, say the raider list, send a... I don't remember what the canned message is anymore, but it's something. Or give me the last X followers. Those are... So it's like the Java horse factory joke, but less specific on what it'll create. Probably. I don't know that I'm remembering that one offhand. So my command factory, the Thalassa command factory, can create any of those commands. Does that make sense? And all of them, all that it knows is that at the end of the day, it gets something that is a command base. Which is something that they all share. They all share certain properties and certain behaviors, and that's what's called command base. Like, they all have a delay before they run. We can know if they're running or not. We know if they're completed or not. They do something when they complete. They do something when they're aborted. And they will do something, and they will report something when they're completed. They'll have some text when they're completed. So, yeah, that's the gist of that. That's an inheritance thing. Well, it doesn't have to be. I guess you could not necessarily use object-oriented design. I mean, inheritance specifically. And have a factory create things that it doesn't know much about a commonality for. No, it does. It's going to need to do something with it after that. So, yeah. Did that answer your question? It seems like you understand. So the factory in question right now is going to be... Oh, different thing. We're done with the factory now. So the open wake word assets will be a list of managed assets. With, perfect. That's where the SHA is. That's where the URL is. I love it. I love that. Perfect. This is the joke you're referring to. How to build a horse with programming. You built a horse, oops, you built a horse that's ugly as hell and has lots of dangling parts, but it gets the job done. That's C++. Java, you really want to build a horse, but first you need to build a horse factory. Kinda. JavaScript, your horse arrived in different packages. You built the horse, but the backbone came out angular, so the horse is paralyzed. No sequel. You had a fast, beautiful horse, but you have no idea where it is. Oh, no sequel enthusiasts would be mad about that one. They'd be really mad about that one. Hey, you use JavaScript? I know, Izzy. I'm sorry. Cobalt, you built the horse in 1962, but it can only be tamed by the original creator for all of the purposes. It's a dragon. Lisp, you built a C#. The horse works best when dressed in a camel costume. When you try to use it as anything other than a camel, it gets a bit fussy. I don't actually get it. Assembly, the horse turns out a little basic, but boy can it run. But it's very fragile. It's very fragile. PHP, you built a Trojan horse. It releases hundreds of tiny horses to punish you every day forever. What the fuck? Tracks, yeah. I didn't know that comic? I don't think so. I mean, most of them kind of inside jokey almost. I don't know. So yes, let's add the asset downloader as a singleton. Yeah. Yeah. As a singleton. And now we're using StarMade common assets. It's so funny to me that it does the using in a different step sometimes than it does all the rest of the code. Okay, so what are we doing now? This is the wake word processor factory. I'm sorry, what? The wake word processor factory is going to do the asset downloading? No, it's gonna pass the dependency on to the Viola Wake object. Speaking of which, hey Viola Wake, let's go do one more. Oh, I didn't look at the results on this one. Grade B, good. I'll take it. The model spectrograms / embedding models are shared, unmodified open wake word assets, so they're fetched automatically rather than requiring manual download. The wake word classifier is trained on my own voice. It can't be fetched from anywhere. It must already exist. Cancel listening / import command classifiers are optional extras. So what is our exception under asset downloader again? Download asset description from asset URL, or downloaded and verified that. I don't see a full failure case. Like response that ensures success code. What happens if we don't? Oops, wrong button. We just get the straight HTTP request exception. This will be for later. We can do that now. But later the asset We need to add more clearer error messaging if the user isn't able to download the assets from open wake word. Clearer instructions. Clearer, more instructional error messaging if the user isn't able to download the assets from open wake word. Right now, it's not super clear that, well, maybe instructional is not the word, but we do need to add clearer error messaging. Feel free to resubmit this, but what's the difference? What's the behavioral difference? We're moving from one clean, easy to read line to 2 lines. Good question. No difference. It's a framework version issue. Oh, the hash data is a .NET 7 plus static overload. Yeah, okay. Dev stuff still going? It is, bro. Oh shit, is it almost 10? Fuck. Probably shouldn't be for much longer, huh? But honestly, this thing, like the last time I implemented a wake word system, it took me it took me a lot of sessions and a lot of time per session, and I think this is almost done. In fact, I think it was done. We're just adding some hardening and making it better. Oh, good. Like that. I don't think we currently have anything explaining what the files we are downloading and really are. A new user. Oh, hi. What are you doing? Cleaning the temp files. That's nice. I'd forgotten about that. How you doing, Brian? So they won't really know what to download there, or why the application needs to download anything at all. All right, what are you telling me about? So what is the summary of all that we just did? That was just adding the asset downloading features, which honestly, like, that would have not been quite that fast, but I would have had to put a lot of thought into that. And everything it's doing, I'm like, yeah, I know that's how you do that. I've done that plenty. Think you're immune to Ritalin? Yeah, that happens for some people. It can be a pain to find the right drug. So we add the small reusable asset download system in common asset. Hold on, common assets. Common? I missed that was going in common. What are you doing? It's not really what I meant. But I do like some of this documentation. Non-stimulants haven't helped. You think there's only one more main class of stimulants for ADHD? No, there's a bunch. I've tried 4 or something. I'm currently on Vyvanse. I grew up on Ritalin. But as I got older, the Ritalin worked less and less. I also was on... I forget the name of this one. Wait, shouldn't this say generic 4 somewhere in here? Adderall. For a while. So those are all stimulants. Yeah, well, this comment... Commands that need to be recognized quickly without Windows speech is grammar. Sure, but that's not really what I meant. That wasn't awful, but really I meant in the error message. We probably should... I'm not gonna say that. That would be an aside. Class of stimulants. Oh, my bad. I misread that. Also, with fixing while you're here, if wakeword model path isn't configured or doesn't exist, the code currently follows you silently.
This is a reminder.
What do you want?
Start winding down soon.
Shit, it's Tim. Echo. Shush. Okay, that doesn't all go on... Oh, wait, that's in the else if. I almost didn't read that. Okay, so if the Mel spectrogram model path isn't set, or the embedding model path isn't set... We don't need an or, we can check both of them independently. Why are you doing that in tuples? No. Fuck. I hit reject, not reject the feedback. It might figure out why. It'll probably figure out why, because now when I reject it without feedback, it's like, okay, can I guess why that was wrong and submit a fix? That's good. That's good. For what it's doing. That wasn't, I wish I could accept the feedback from this interface, because I can from over here. What are we doing? Honestly, also, I don't want to forget to correct what it's doing right now. Oh, it's done. I did like what you were doing with the rejected change, but you were wrapping multiple checks into a single error output. I think it's better if we have one each. If we have a distinct error for each, do that again. We need to train the other model. So we've got cancel listening, we've got Thalassa, abort command. Abort command. Abort command. Abort command. Almost. But Viola Wake non-confidential.json and we hid. We hid this in a subfolder. Mention the full relative path, starting with config. Abort command. Abort command. Abort command. Abort command. Much better, much better. All right, embedding model path. I feel bad for rejecting this so many times. There's also a lot of verbiage repeated over and over there. Use const for or other strings for that. Abort command. Abort command. Abort command. All right, train this last one up. So what's the difference? Not building plans. Doesn't really tell me if I can train them further. In fact, actually, no, I can. It gave me an opportunity to upload files of me saying stuff. Anyway, that's moving now. Let's also pull this out. Alright, I'm a little annoyed that at this point I'm like, I could have just written this myself and there'd be a lot less back and forth and a lot fewer tokens consumed. 10,000 tokens for this? Let's go review my pricing, by the way, real fast. I want to say it's like $3 per million tokens. I bet this link would get me to what I wanted to see. Oh, it's prompting me for this. The other week prefix. Oh, come on. I'll fix that myself. I don't like that name. The Yellow Week prefix doesn't communicate to me that it's part of an error message. Error message prefix. Or I can even leave out message. Error prefix. Gonna stop looking at it. Gonna stop looking at it. Nom nom money. Nom nom. Yeah, I heard that Microsoft started to forbid their developers from using Claude because it was costing the company too much money. We still building? About 10 right now. Okay, I guess I should review all of these changes. No, I should test these changes first before I go over a code review. Ah, that's not good. So yeah, that didn't get caught elsewhere in the if loop. That should have been caught here. Let's start over. The wake word processor is Viola Wink. Oh right, I don't have, hold on. Wait, embedding model path. No, wait, we don't need the user to know anything about that, do we? No. Assets, weak word models, Thalassa, .ONNX isn't present. Hold on, that's an important one, yeah. That should be visible. That should not be failing. Spoon, you've been a very bad door. You've been a bad door, Spoon. Such a naughty door. There you go. Okay, why is this returning these now? Oh, right. I didn't tell the project how to work with these files. Simple enough. Simple enough. Are we done with that? We're not done with that. So it's not outputting them. The source bit is not outputting them to elsewhere. Do I want that part as the binaries for it itself? I guess so. What do I recommend you use to build a database to use for programming? That's a more broad question than I would say. You need to cheat and shove everything into Excel programs to quickly pull up stuff, but you think you kind of want to somewhat start over. I would not use a visual tool for table management. I've always used SQL Server Management Studio for doing things in SQL Server. I don't know off the top of my head. I downloaded something when we were looking at this together. We looked at this together. DB Browser for SQLite is what we came up with together. I don't know if that's a good tool, but that is the one that I would settle on right now from our previous research. I'd need to reevaluate it if you wanted me to give you a more informed answer. And that part was AI-driven when I was answering that for you before, by the way. After a quick Google search didn't get me what I wanted. Word models. Y'all, you get to output of newer. You are content. Copy of newer. No. Let's try that again. Eh? There we go, that launched. Okay, cool. Cool. Hey, look at her go! The reason why you're asking is because you're used to a bit more complex. Are you using long or short text and whatnot, not just text? What is a blob? This is really simple and you're not sure if it's right. What did I name? I said it so fast. Sorry. That was rude of me. I didn't think about that, yeah. It is called DB Browser for SQLite. So again, the one I use. I haven't used much SQLite before, but that is the tool I would select for this. And in fact, I'm going to add a SQLite database to Thalassa later on, so I'll be able to evaluate this tool better then, but I can't yet. What I've got the most experience with is... I don't have that installed. Okay, SQL Server Management Studio. I don't have that installed because I'm not currently running a SQL Server like that, which is that's a Microsoft tool, like for Microsoft SQL Server. SQL Server Management Studio is made for Microsoft SQL Server, not other SQL servers. But you're saying that you want it more complex. I'm using short or long text and whatnot. So if it's a text field, I don't know offhand what the drawbacks are of the text field, other than I think it's slower, other than a varchar or something. In your case, you probably don't really need the performance considerations. That's for when you have massive amounts of data and you really need to pay attention. Or maybe you're indexing something, because I think that at least in SQL Server indexing, you can't index on a potentially infinitely long, quote unquote, arbitrarily long text column. You're gonna try this and you need to look up with blob. What do you need a blob for? I don't think you'd need a blob for anything. Blob is binary data. It's non-text data. Like an image would be a blob. A sound file would be a blob. Maybe you'd store something in binary and not in text so that you got exact ones and zeros figured out. My mom would be a blob. Damn, Brian's coming out here and talking about the dead. What the fuck, Brian? Nah, yeah. You have true or false. That would be a bit area. Binary, yes, but blob is a binary large object. It's not, and a bit is the smallest possible object. It's a single 1 or 0. Where was I? Right, we're running. But are we working? Oh! I started to listen and it blew up. That's not great. That's not great at all. Because this is the stuff that I don't know anything about. Why am I running? Because I'm scared, Spoon. I'm scared. Getting an exception on line 143. And onx wait word pipeline.cs. Because you have int text blob real numeric. Real you assume uses 0.1. What is numeric? I should know that, but I don't offhand. I can ask Claude for you. Well, I don't need to ask Claude for that one. SQLite numeric versus... or SQLite number value types. Handles numeric values differently. Instead of rigid data types, it uses the dynamic type system centered around storage classes and type. I'm not going to read that one either. So yeah, real is a floating point value, stored as 8 bytes. So, that's interesting. I would have thought that would be more bytes than that. Or an 8-byte, you know, number. Like, so that's the... Anyway. And then text, yeah, there's just no varchar. Huh, that's wild. But you said there's a numeric. This is not showing me numeric. They contain values using all 5 storage classes. Okay, I guess numeric means that it can be any of them. And then it'll, under the hood, translate which one you need. It's what that looks like to me. So in your case, what would one use for a bit? Because I would use tinyint for SQL Server. Oh, there's a Boolean data type? There's not a Boolean data type. Instead, Boolean values are stored as integers, 0 and 1. But it recognized the keywords true and false, at least, so that's useful. Also, I didn't say this, but Rilani, thank you so much for the follow. Your name has been entered into the passenger registry of my ship, the StarMaid. You may come and go to the passenger sections as you please. Alright, what is your conclusion there, Claude? Because I don't know anything about this algorithm. Bash command? What are you doing? Can you write a tiny throwaway probe object to run real inference and print the actual output shape rather than guess again? The earlier open wake word shape info. I mean, there's... This is a lot of research. That seems like this shouldn't be necessary. No, don't proceed. That's a lot of research that shouldn't be necessary. Surely the algorithm is explained well online somewhere, or we can look at the source for something written in the Python libraries that do exist. How is the output from the wake word training going? Bad D prime. I can't redo it? So 3 out of 3 use this period. So I can't redo it now. But I need to redo it. When is the next planned period? July 31. Okay. Echo. On August 1 at 6 p.m., remind me I can retrain... She turned off. Well, that was silly of her. Echo. On August... What day is that, anyway?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Oh, okay. Echo on August 1st... Echo. Echo. Echo! On August 1st at...
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alright. Okay. Why do I use my voice for anything, y'all? Lana! Lana! What are you doing? Failing to pull the exact Python source verbatim, not summarize. That's gonna be some tokens. More than that. Danger zone! And read it yourself rather than run more experiments. It's a missing piece. The real implementation is that. Debugger's already paused mid-crash. If the real tints are in memory. Oh, it is? That didn't occur to me. Yeah, okay, sure. You can have access to my debugger. Didn't occur to me that would still have in memory the thing it wanted to measure. It was like, I'm going to build a little project just to measure this. I've got it in memory right now. I've got the debugger still paused. That's funny. I'm impressed that it figured that out. Like, these things are so smart sometimes. Echo. Echo. On August 1st at 6...
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Echo. Set a reminder.
What's the reminder for?
I can train a new viola wake word today.
When should I remind you?
August 1st.
What time August 1st should I remind you?
6 p.m.
Okay, I'll remind you August 1st at 6 p.m.
My gods. So I'll go ahead and download this one, I guess, but it's got a low accuracy. Wait, no, this is a grade A. I thought... A small number is good. Oh, it crashed. Oh no. What you doing, Claude? You want to do more debugger things? Sure. Did I finish downloading that? I did. Confirm the truth of the model's own metadata, no more guessing needed. Real output shape is that. Dimension 2 is frames. Dimensions 3 is the 32 melbins. I don't know what a melbin is. I don't know what a frame is in this context. And Pira appears to not be chatting right now, so probably isn't here to explain it to me. So, what are we doing? We are making changes. I'm gonna have to stop executing. One-time shape is that. Sure. Is that adding a dimension to the array? What added a dimension to the array? Mouse spec output. Tensor. Okay, I don't really know what a tensor is. But that seems like a word that I should know. Your Sherman duck brain can figure it out. Duck you, spoon! It is a multi-dimensional array of numbers. Okay, so it is a more than two-dimensional array. Would it make more sense to use an array of known dimensions rather than this tensor class? I don't like seeing the dimensions change in this fix. That scares me and makes me realize how little is communicated by that class, by this code. Duck you myself, I will spoon. I will duck you myself. It's a fair instinct and points to a real weakness in the current code, not just a stylistic preference. A plain multidimensional array wouldn't actually help here. Well, yes, that's not what your problem was. The shape wasn't documented or asserted anywhere in the code. The tensor class does carry dimensions properties, specifically so callers can check and assert what they got. Sure, yes. That's not really what I was saying. Got out of the raid and you saw something about duck. You know, duck everything anyway. Okay, I don't fucking know. That's fine. I don't think it needs to do all that. Have fun, Rexel. Alright. I imagine Claude's done here. Wait, did I copy? I did copy the file. Whoop. Yeah, but I closed it. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to close that. Sorry, I thought you were done. Thalassa. Cancel. Cancel listening. Abort listening. Cancel listening. Why am I breaking on that exception? No, I don't want to break on task canceled. Oh my god. First try. Did y'all hear that first try that I said her name? Thalassa? Okay, that one was intentionally soft and spoken away from the mic. Thalassa. That's not a good sign. Thalassa. Thalassa. Stop listening. Cancel listening. But we're getting cancel listening pretty quickly. But Thalassa's still failed 3 times in a row just now. Thalassa. What? Cancel listening. That sucked. That sucked something fierce. You should probably go pretend you sleep on occasion and try to remember to remind me to tell me about that one thing. What one thing? Sounds good. Oh. Abort listening. Cancel listening. Cancel listening. That's a lot of false positives on her name. One drama thing I want to tell you about. Oh, that! Gods, I hope that I've got more context there. We'll catch up. We'll catch up soon, Spoon. No, yeah, that's a fucking problem. That is a fucking problem. That's a whole lot of false positives. But I think I've got a threshold, a confidence threshold that I can set in the file, right? Why is the confidence 85% that it just heard me say cancel listening? And it was lower that time, of course. Let's test this a bit more. Cancel command. No, abort command. Abort command. Abort command. I might have not put that in the right file path yet. No, I should have. I should have. So I can raise the confidence threshold on this. Oh, hey. Does the current config loading mechanism include hot reloading? I meant to specify that earlier, but I forgot to. Okay, did we find abort command? Let me see if I can look through the log here. I should add a find tool. We are not logging what we've loaded. Or maybe I'm not showing the info log level on that. Maybe I am, however, storing it? Now I remember why I'm using such an old version of .NET for this application, because it was matching what I was working with at work at that time. It was a different job and everything. Logs. Log singular, apparently. Yeah, that might... No, this is not... I swear I logged the files that were loaded. Not effectively, even though it looks like it should. Add JSON file does make the underlying I configuration root watch each file and refresh its own in-memory value, but inject setting only calls for that once at startup. Bind is a one-time copy, not a live binding. That's weird that bind would not be a lot. That's fine, whatever. Reload unchanged true flag is essentially inert right now. Underlying config source refreshes, but no consumer ever sees it. The standard fix is switching from POCO to the options pattern. That's a rear refactor touching every consumer that currently takes Thalassa settings, etc. Want you to scope that out, or is knowing the current behavior enough for now? Cancel listening. let's mark that off as out of scope, but mention it in a comment. In the startup.cs. Additionally, I want to mention that in my planning board. I logged in. Yes, dark. Nope, dark colors is not logged in. I thought it was. Good enough. Hold on. Wait, what's happening right now? We're at an exception. Transcript. Oh, is it grumpy that I got the file open? In Notepad? Opening response. I don't know what's happening here. Interpret string context bytes audio. Neither an error in the known error format nor the expected good response. Okay, oh right, that's the response from Whisper. That should be a web page. Text blank. Usage type duration seconds. Okay, I'm a little confused with some of these properties. It's been so long since I touched this. This one I did write myself. Of course, this is a while back. And it's a text property, is that right? Yes. Wait. Parsed text.text. What is parsed text then? Parsed transcription text. So it's white space there. I see. So, okay. We got back some text, but there were no words spoken that it identified. I should handle that cleanly. But that's also out of scope. Does it break things hard when that happens? Thalassa. Thalassa. Test 1, 2, can you hear me? Okay, so I need to re-record. No, wait, I was gonna see if the higher confidence threshold fixed the problem. It is approaching 11, which is my actual bedtime. On a Sunday night. And I've got stuff to do after stream. But this is so close to being done, but that's always what I say, isn't it? That is what I always say. Don't need to step through that anymore. Let's try it now. Thalassa. 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 That is the same. That is a similar amount of frustration as with Windows. Thalassa. Thalassa. Okay. That was better. Still bad. Thalassa. Thalassa. I now need to just chat. Actually, it was like a sigh earlier that kept procking out, like... kept triggering this. But it's not showing me a low observation either. What is it logging? When is it logging stuff? The VL, the wake word processor. I didn't stop and consider. Pretty cool that it's following my implementation. It's implementing my my base class so well. Cancel listening. What? Oh. What were you trying to say? You thought I said output to Cyber Mermaid. And so you were just going to chat output to Cyber Mermaid. What was your confidence threshold on my side being your name? 93%? This model's not good enough. I need to train it more. And I said again, I did. That time I did not think that I said its name. Where was the... It looks like the models produced by training and with the 10 training training inputs in their browser are not good enough. A bunch of high confidence false positives, a few high confidence false positives, and a few false negatives. In my 15 or 20, or in my 10 or 15 trial test just now. Did you say there's a local tool that I can use for that with a free membership? Subscription? This is not the time for that, though. Did I not? I did post my go live message. Good. Night fish, not night owl. Owls eat fish. Sorry, I think... Okay, Claude misunderstood. Claude thinks that I'm misremembering something, which maybe I am. Sorry, I think there's a local training option for Viola. Is there not? And I'm gonna go look at Viola's site also. Viola Wake. Not gonna let me do that, is it? The train a wake word screen is working again. Didn't find one. Their own site is explicit about the split. It's an open wake word. Okay. Abort listening. Cancel listening. Cancel listening is working great. What? Wait, it is letting me train another one? Hold on. It is also letting me upload 50 files per batch. I'm confused why it's letting me do this. I'm gonna go through this just to see what it lets me do. Thalassa. Thalassa. Let's have her not try to listen. Thalassa. Thalassa! Thalassa. 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 And I can give it more that I record myself. Oh, I'm just now getting hit with a tummy issue, which is probably because I haven't eaten enough today. I also haven't taken all my meds today. Didn't take any of my injections, just remembered that. Echo. In 30 minutes, remind me injections.
Okay, I'll remind you in 30 minutes.
Well, if I can take 50 more, maybe I won't do 50. Gotta update the local sound recorder tool. I could probably use voice meter to do that. Oh, might as well do this in the local window, yeah. Or not in the local window, but visible on screen. Thalassa. Thalassa. Thalassa! Thalassa. 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 Thalassa! Hey Cinder, I'm training the wake word for my robot. By which I mean it's probably not going to let me do it today because I've already gone through my allotment for the month. But it's letting me get this far, so I'm going to keep going. Thalassa. 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 Let's see, I'm up to 11 good files. Thalassa. Thalassa. Thalassa! Thalassa. 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 Alright, I'm gonna give it 23 more recordings. So that's going to be more than 3 times the amount of training that it had access to the last time. That'll probably take a hot minute. Unsupported format, use wave or FLAC. Ah, you fucker. Okay. Why did sound recorder output in an M4A anyway? Another good thing for Claude to do. I don't really know how to do this myself, but write me a command line for ffmpeg that will convert a bunch of M4As to waves. How are you doing though, Cinder? The CD quality, I don't even remember anymore. Megabyte file max. I'd like to get as much quality in there as I can. You're tired just at work. What is it that you do anyway? I know that we were talking a fair bit when I was playing with Stracha and Pablo yesterday. Reconciling uncompressed audio constraints with quality aspirations. Okay, right. That's a lot of complaints you got there. Each file is less than 3 seconds. I'm expecting to be able to have some leg room here, but let me know. Did I have this Claude doing something? Transcription Center has an OpenAI API key visible in the message header? Hold on. You don't need to do that for me, fucking Claude. I can execute and run, although I guess if you're hooked into it, you'll understand. Got way more headroom than I think. Good. That's what I thought. Okay. You mean something absurd comes out to less than that, my max file size? Well, if you don't want to return to Cinder, well, that he's telling you to do it anyway, I think. Want to be extra safe and explicit about sample rate 2. Source is M4A, which is lossy. Why is it using... Can I tell Sound Recorder not to use a lossy format? Recording format. Just give me wave. Thalassa. 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 You know, I could just delete all of these and start over. Thalassa. 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 That last one, I think I hit the button too fast. Thalassa. 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 What was my question? I asked you, I said something up yesterday with Stracha. I was just trying to remember what I just don't think I know what your job is, and I know that you were at work then too. If I'm not being too prying, of course. Thalassa. 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 Oh, no, that was a bad recording. The previous one might have also been too fast. I'm doing these really fast. Thalassa. Thalassa. Head pats for the mermaid. Heckady's back on again. Let's go. Thalassa. 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 Alright, I've got now 4 times the number of recordings than I gave it earlier. And honestly, using their tool, garbage. It's that 3-second wait slows me down so much. Trained with 41 fucking samples. Yeah. All right, so I think we just have a data problem right now. I think the code is good. I think I can commit this and just not deploy it to production until I've got a better model trained up in 3 weeks. 3 weeks, right? 3? 1, 2, 3. 3 weeks. Well, how did I do that? I got this open right here. Thalassa wake word recordings to upload for training. The Viola model. That's a very long folder name, but look at me go. Okay, why would I stop at 31? It can take 50. I should give it 50, right? So 19 more. Okay, well, you know. Thalassa. 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 Nope. Thalassa. 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 Don't know what I did there. I twitched. Thalassa. 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 Okay, there. Now that is the maximum number of outputs I can upload to it. I just overrode a bunch of them. So I'm gonna do more. Because they have the same file names. So let's start over. Not start over. I'm gonna resume at 19. I thought it was further than that. Oh, 19's how many I just overrode. Gods. Thalassa. 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 I'm just gonna keep going until this number says 50 now. Thalassa. 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 Thalassa! 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 I get mad at her all the time. I need to remember that. Thalassa! And train accordingly. Thalassa. Thalassa. Thalassa! I wonder if I should worry about that. About the fact that when I peak, because I've got my stuff set up that I'm amplifying my volume, but if it gets above a certain volume, then it just kind of cuts it off there without, like, doing the usual peaking stuff that's damaging to your ears. So that's uncomfortable. I suspect that probably means that I lose sound quality at that point. Like when I'm doing this, but I'm not certain exactly what that means. Maybe it doesn't mean that. Thalassa. Thalassa! Okay, got 50 recordings of the Thalassa wake word. Of me saying the Thalassa wake word to train with. I'll record another 10 in the web browser. That'll give me a full 60. That's the most I can train with. We'll see how that goes next time. Abort listening also didn't work at all. Or no, sorry, cancel command didn't work at all. But this code, the code works. It is 11. Fuck. Alright. Code review time. I'm gonna commit these 100 kilobyte assets. That's fine. I'm gonna sign off. See ya, comment. See ya, Hecate. So let's look at my new config files. Porcupine keyword file path. I'd like to add more to that at some point. Actually, this doesn't have to be Thalassa. of the streamer saying the AI's name. Place the ONX file it gives you at this path. Also, the files, the assets that get downloaded. I don't know where those are getting stuck off the top of my head. I think it's okay. I'm pretty sure it's okay. I do need to remember that my config file, my active config files with actual data in them are broken for Porcupine. Well, no, because it's got actual data here too, so never mind. But my config files are a bit out of date for live, but I'll have to deal with that when I deploy, when I've got the new models trained up. I'm probably gonna forget to go back, so I'll do it now. Okay, and then Porcupine sensitive, that's an actual key for a not active account. Project file was good, but let's take another look. Yep. Hold on, wait, no, I added another. That's why cancel listening or cancel command wasn't, abort command wasn't working. I didn't mark this as content and have it output. Oh, which also reminds me that I meant to have it log more. That'll be quick and easy. And I also wanted to add unit tests. Harder to troubleshoot, harder to read, but I might give it a quick enough once over. Oh, two things we forgot. Firstly, I remember the unit test, but I forgot the other thing I just said. Right. I'd like to know when optional files aren't loaded. Really? Just a log. Oh, I swear it was logging. Also, is it loading these files only as they're needed? Because that's a lot of unnecessary file I/O. It's 300 kilobytes right now. It'll be megabytes after I've got all the aliases in. Ugh. I think it's not the the VL, the wake word processor. I think it is the other thing that it uses. Which I don't see here. Here we go. The Onyx wake word pipeline. Shouldn't this be injected? Hold on. Well, I'll yell at it about that in a second. And this is not logging anything. So, like some logging that loads in a model file, the constructor for the pipeline should be injected. Okay, so I'm gonna have Claude write a lot of code now, because it's gonna include unit tests not just for the wake word processing that we've just added today, but also the other wake word processing that already existed. I should not be using Sonata on medium effort for that. Or, not Sonata, so... Why am I silly? Sonnet. I should probably be using it with high effort. You're back, had a work meeting? Great job. Huh? In the meantime, I'm going to continue evaluating these changes. So startup.cs. Assets. Oh, right. I also wanted to go to the downloader and look and see where it put things. Downloading this. So the destination path was what again? Oh, right, that just comes from the config file, which is relative, so that will be in the bin folder. Right? I don't think that's actually intuitive. I'm gonna move this down to the bottom. I don't know that I love even specifying a path at all. Okay, using log. That's the same place as the ones that the user does have to put in there. I don't like that. I thought it was done. I thought I was done. Also, I don't love that the downloaded models go to the same folder as user input models. That seems confusing from a user point of view. Please move them somewhere else. And I don't think we even need to mention that in the config files. So, it'll do that later. Okay, what are we doing now? New. Okay, now we're loading a model. Here's the name of the model. Okay, that's going to be a little different. Adding XML comments to a private... What are you doing? Like, I like having everything XML commented. Oh, most of them do have it, just not this one. Okay. Hold on. Wait. File not found exception. Okay, this is just loading the required models. Spectrogram, embedding model, classifier model paths by name. Oh, okay. That's fine, that's fine. Are we done though? Build classifier slot. And now you're doing load model, and you're doing that like they required. No, that's valid. That's valid. If we've specified a model that we want to load and we can't load it, obviously, even if it's not a necessary model, we want to crash. accepted. All right, asset downloader is going to be changed soon. I'll come back to this one. Gotta make a note to do so. Let's look at managed asset. This is a new one. You're just a record. Ah, records are so cool. It's like, what a cool language feature. C# is so good, y'all. Wake word processor. This isn't as many changes as it feels like, honestly. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Still. Are you waiting for me right now, Claude? Still reading files, it looks like. Yeah, tokens are still moving. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? So under a separate app managed directory rather than assets such wake word models. Sure, yeah, that's valid. Since that folder is where the user own trained classifier files go, mixing auto... Okay, you don't need to explain the entire rationale. That's what we've... I mean, I guess I don't hate it, but... I've made the change. What's there now is acceptable. Oh, what do we got? Oh, I guess that does go in a different file now. And yes, that's what I was really asking for. Get them out of that file. Oh, this is the new one. I went in the X wake word pipeline factory. Sure? Why are we suddenly building a factory interface for this? I'll allow it, but why are we doing that? What if I just made this a record? I could just make all these things records! No, not any of the sensitive ones. I don't want them to have a toString that spits out keys to my debugger. I mean, not debugger, but, you know, to my debugging tools. To the screen, really. So now ONNX wake word pipeline factory, that's the implementation, which takes in... You don't need to... Okay, this is... Model path. Feel free to resubmit with an explanation if you still think this is good, but why is this change prompting the addition of a factory? VL awake settings is over here. We just looked at those actually because I just changed them again. So it's currently doing this pipeline factory stuff. I'll look under open wake word assets for now. Still working? It's like, oh, yep, that's not necessary. Wake word processor factory already. Yeah, exactly. No extra factory class needed. Let's undo the two factory files and do it that way. Good. Good. Your mom is a different file now. Damn. I'm gonna defrag your mom soon, Verxel. The open wake word assets. We got the paths to things. Oh, good. Look at that. Oh, I'm excited. Except that's wrong now. We're about to change this right now, aren't we? Not quite right now. Open wake word assets and your... What's going on with the casing? This is a problem also. This should be injected. This constructor should be injected. Defrag, more like beef, user is banned. Pipeline logger, mouse spectrogram, local path. This should be injected anyways. I'm gonna be in your pocket as you won't be replying much. So are you, well, I've got questions for you, but I'm gonna be in your pocket and should not be letting you, not be distracting you. Sorry. We should chat about that later though. You still working? You are. Ask the questions, fair enough. Ari wants to be in my pocket. There's always space for you in my pocket, Ari. Little thing like you. I'm surprised you're attending this. Is programming something that you're interested in and understand? Or am I just white noise for you? Not that it matters. I'm just curious. Oh, shit.
This is a reminder. Injections.
Echo. Shush. Echo. Echo. Shush. Echo, shut up!
This is...
Echo, in 30 minutes, remind me injections. Echo. In 30 minutes, remind me injections.
Okay, I'll remind you in 30 minutes.
Okay, are you pushing back on this? It's every dependency via the weak code project processor needs that. That's already DI type. It's just has to contain to rebuild the whole thing. With iService provider, that's not exactly right either, but that's also not exactly what you're doing. You literally didn't do the thing. We shouldn't be newing up the pipeline here. That should come from DI. Do I have work tomorrow? I do. I need to be up at 7, in 7.5 hours. I need a shower tonight too, and take some meds, and try to get my stream schedule out. So that's not great, actually. That's not great at all, actually. I could commit this and not merge the pull request into main until I've had a chance to review it at some later date, but I don't like that approach. I'm missing a headset. That's bad. I don't remember where I dropped it on Friday. Or where I thought I dropped it, because I checked there and I couldn't find where I thought it was and couldn't find it. Still working? You are still working. Anything else I can be working on? For now, I'm more like a podcast. I guess I don't fully follow that. There are podcasts and there are podcasts. Like if I'm listening to a podcast, the ones I listen to, I'm most likely to be interested in the material and want to understand it. So I don't know quite what you mean. But anyways, I can continue. Shared model. What is shared model directory? It's this. Cache. Cache WakeWord models. Cool. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's look down here at WakeWord processor consts. Do I need that everywhere? Why is that public? Oh, for constructor, for DI. Every constructor dependency is DI resolvable, so this is meant to be resolved from the container. Yes, you don't need to put that in the summary. Is this the exact thing that I was just looking at? No. Okay. So what are we doing down here? What is it? Why is this so different? gonna pull up my diff tool of choice, because I'm seeing clearly, hey, there's stuff that's changed here, but not as clearly seeing what the changes are. And I just find Meld to be much, much easier to read than VS diff merge. Not that anyone that hasn't set it up and you get knows what that is. Then again, most people have done that use it regularly, I would guess. Oh, and I'd get syntax highlighting if I was using better file names. It seems interesting. You just don't have time to watch currently. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so obviously we are losing the XML headers. We're accepting an instance of asset downloader. And the wake settings. And the asset downloader is ensuring stuff is downloaded on construction time. That feels bad. Everything it's doing on construction. I'd rather have an initialize method, frankly. That's a lot of stuff happening in a constructor. I guess it was always doing that. But I'm catching it now. I shouldn't let it. You know, this constructor is... fuck it! Ah, shit. I should have accepted that. Sorry, I meant to accept that one. Okay, now it's asking me what needs to change. Sorry, I meant to accept that. Try again. I like that. It's like that edit was rejected without a comment, and I can't figure it, and I can't figure out what the problem was, which is good because it has guessed and resubmitted blindly before and just been completely off base. I'll review the factory. That's probably about to change. Oh, hello. I did not mean to hit that button. Okay, so back to the pipeline guy. What are we looking at? Ah, here's the constructor that changed so much. I feel like building these model paths is... Didn't we have... This isn't this class's job, is it? I guess maybe it is. Wait, we're checking if this file exists and we're not blowing up if it doesn't? This feels familiar. This feels familiar. Didn't we have somewhere else that we checked where we checked if those models existed? I don't like that we're failing silently here either way. Are we moving some important functionality that currently lives elsewhere? Sneak peek, by the way, at some schedule stuff. This isn't my usual schedule graphic. Dash made this. My friend Dash did action. I'll have my production Thalassa. Shout out Dash. Nope.
Aborted 2 commands.
Okay. Oh, you're talking. You got stuff for me? That would have been a real regression currently. This has explicit distinct error code checking we built out earlier. Silently no opping that. Yeah, that was pissing me off. We talked about that. It's like, yeah, that would have been bad. Yeah, it would have been bad, wouldn't it, buddy? We talked about it and everything. So I'd love some feedback. I plan on posting about this in the Discord soon enough. So this isn't done, obviously. I'm still positioning this text. I thought I had a position better than that. What the fuck happened here? But for the background image itself, do we like this better than my old schedule? I also thought I'd change the color there. I must not have saved the last few changes. Simon, welcome in. Hello. Those of you that aren't familiar with Simon Says, definitely go check out that Cuttlefish VTuber. He is a hypnotist, both IRL, and that's part of his VTuber persona. And he does weekly anti-anxiety streams on Wednesdays, which I should really tune into. Thalassa. I'll go just type at the production one since I've got 2 instances running anyway. Haven't heard Thalassa in a bit. yeah.
Shout out Taras.
I don't know why. I do know why. I will at some point fix the weirdness of how she pronounces arguments. Yet another killing game. Anyways, yes. So Simon's community, hello! I am your friendly transplanetary, transhumanoid, transbeing Lutzum VTuber Cyber Mermaid Comet. Coming to you live from my ship the Starmaid in high Earth orbit over the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome in, everyone! Today I am wrapping up development on my shipboard AI Thalassa for the day. Yeah, I've been working pretty heavily with Claude at work, and I'm trying to sharpen those skills. So I'm continuing to... So I'm using Claude here as well, although I'm using a different extension than I am at work. Oh, what the fuck? Why do we have these instructions here? Oh, right, it's that. Right. Okay. I need to actually read this. I almost just skipped through it. Yes, this is all good. Excellent. Okay. I don't know why this got moved into the pipeline class, though. Anyway, Simon, how did yet another killing game go? Did you kill things? Did you get killed? Did you play the game? Did you win? You just lost the game. Hey. Okay, this has now been moved out of the Feel the Weak Word Processor. I feel like it belongs there. Wait, that does belong there. God damn it all. That's part of why that felt so bad. This does belong here. We put it in the pipeline? Build classifier model paths. I don't exactly know what the role of a pipeline. This seems wrong. This seems like the thing that is asking for things from the pipeline. I'm not sure if this code should live in the wake word processor or the pipeline, frankly. Stop and ponder that one. Which fits better? Which do you think fits better? Why is my cursor down away from the text box? What have I done? Whatever, it'll figure it out. What am I doing? I don't think it got what I was saying. I'm not sure if this logic really lives in the really belongs in the wait word processor or in the pipeline? What do you think? The pipeline. The shape assumptions in question. No, not that, not that, not that. I'm not sure if the paths we're moving there belongs in the pipeline or in the wait word processor. What do you think? Is there a pipeline pattern? Pipeline pattern, fuck off. So, just tell me what it is. Lol, your zipper on your shoe just broke, yay. Oh shit, right at the beginning of your shift? That sucks. Pipeline is a chain of steps. So the pipeline, okay, this isn't even the pipeline pattern. The pipeline, same reasoning as the shape logic. The wake word pipeline is something that actually needs the path to load it, so on its own it should revolve it. Yeah, valid. Okay. It feels weird. It feels weird to me, but I think it's right. I'll accept its changes. You'd pipeline a pattern or in a pattern. I'll bet you would, Rexel. I'll bet you would. Yeah, but now we've got... Now we're looking at the... That's so wrong. Why would that live in the... So you really think that these names belong in the processor? Wake word processor? No, sorry. Being called by the wake word processor belong here in the pipeline? I don't know if the BTW can read the changes that the main thread's trying to run. Yes. An output contract of the pipeline, not something the processor invents independently. You're right. Feels funny. It feels funny. But I'll take it. Like, I've got the code smell feel in my gut. You know, like, this is a code smell. I haven't figured it out. Figured out why. I haven't figured out what the problem is. And I'm gonna forget all about it until it's a problem later on down the line. That's the plan. Why are we referencing a fucking service provider directly? We do not need to reference the service provider directly, do we? I really need to increase the effort on this thing right now. I see model and then current model. Currently sonnet 5 config. Okay, so model is there. Effort. Where does effort go in the config? Fair, you're right, since every dependency of both classes needs already a plain DI registered type. Let's not do that. Good. Pipeline logger. The factory doesn't need to know about the pipeline's logger either. You're not even doing anything with it. Nope. The factory doesn't need to know anything about the pipeline's logger either. Just try to be back to many customers ask. You should try to be back to many customers asking questions at the moment. Valid. Sorry, one moment. Also trying to think of schedule things, since I guess I'm going to do that concurrently with this code review. Why do I not have something in front of me? I've guessed wrong a few times in a row on this one. Let me just ask directly rather than keep iterating blind. It currently has manually new up whichever processor type is selected. Yes, that's not what I'm talking about. Wait, what am I talking about? Register via the weak word processor plus IX. The factory asks I service provider for it. No! Manually doing out pipeline? No, the wake word processor. I do not understand. Manual new inherently requires supplying every constructor argument, including the pipeline's logger. Oh, it sure does. Is it loading other loggers? Only the processor logger. What is it passing to other things? The wake word processor. What it's doing for the others is it's using its own its own logger. What we are doing for the others is loading a base logger. Is loading the logger for the base class. Okay, nope, not you. Okay, that is a conversation for later. We have a prompt up. You don't need to explain. Hold on, this is still. Factor doesn't need a new logger type at all, since Onyx Maker Pipeline can just take the same iLogger that every other processor already uses. Oh, right, but that's not. I see. Okay, but it's the ONNX wake word pipeline, which is not a wake word. A wake word processor. Oh, the way you phrase your acceptance of my last comment clears up the confusion for me. This isn't a wake word processor. It's a dependency for one. Yeah. Go ahead and resolve its iLogger from the in the factory. What are we doing? I don't understand why we're making this non-public. We're gonna need that to be public for DI to get it. And you don't need to comment any of that. That comment is a lot of noise to signal. It's not useful beyond the context of this conversation, I don't think. Also, why are we making the class internal instead of public? If we're gonna use DI. Claude just being real dumb at this point. Oh, what'd you do? You're making the change still! Did I not reject it? I did reject it. Oh, I didn't reject it. I put a comment in the wrong place. The subsequent chat for feedback. Internal because nothing outside the Thalassa assembly ever means to name this type directly. Maybe I'm just tired, but why is the I not constructing the pipeline again? Shit. It's only constructible conditionally, an eager idea. Construction can't express that. Wake word processor factor decides which the... Echo, shut up.
This
Echo.
is a reminder. Injections.
Echo, shut up. If Onyx, ON, and X wake word pipeline were registered in the container would be constructed unconditionally, which means it would try to load ON and X model files, spin up inference sessions, even the user selected Porcupine or Windows speech, and never touches Viola Wake at all. That's wasted work at best, and hard failure at worst if those model files don't exist on the machine. Okay, that's actually smart. That's why construction saves manual. That's something that had been confusing that I just didn't ask, I guess. Okay, valid. Valid. Cool. What are we doing here? Factory is now getting the pipeline logger. I imagine we're going to construct the pipeline in another step in the scene file. So my schedule graphic changes are not ready. I appear to have not saved the last many of them. Please tell me, oh gods, please, I did a whole lot of, I don't have that. I made a whole bunch of guidelines to help me align every line of text I'm going to need on here, and that's all gone. Yeah, I'm not touching this for now. It's frustrating. Actually, I feel like I can emotionally handle it right now, so that's fine, but I sure don't have the time. What am I looking for? Oh, that's under assets. No, nope. Schedule. No, assets is right. Assets, floating stars, schedule template. What are we doing? Deleting stuff that got moved out of the factory. That was done in the factory. That's a little silly. I don't hate it, actually. But yeah, no, they've successfully convinced me that the pipeline is who's supposed to be responsible for this. Is who should be responsible for this. Logger, downloader, Viola Wake settings. Cool. I don't know that's the order I want those properties in, those parameters in, but that's fine. Owns validating its own prerequisites, the required wake word classifier, optional. You don't need to... Okay, saying that it throws an error for whichever one is wrong is important. So sure, I'll accept that. So, split fiction with spoon on Tuesday, coupled with silver on Tuesday. Not streaming on Wednesday. I don't know if I'm streaming on Thursday. May or may not. So that'd be around 5 or so. Oh, are we done? Because I've also got unit tests you were told to do, friend. That reveals the real C# constraint you miss. Wakeword Factory's constructor is public. It must be. And it takes iLogger that. A public member can't expose a less accessible type. It sure can't. It sure can't. So it does need to be public after all. Not for cross-assembly DI registration, but because the compiler requires it once it shows up in that public signature. Well, we don't need cross-assembly DI. Hold on. Wait, does it not need to be public if the DI container that constructs it is within the same assembly? Because I think it does. Let's see, got Green Hell with Oz on Friday. And then, what's going on the weekend? I've got a light stream weekend, actually. I don't really know what my Sunday plans are yet, but I'll probably find something. Maybe Lucid's back, maybe Moss. But for most of Saturday after D&D, I'm not free to stream. Although it would be for an hour after D&D. We'll see. Heckity, hangout upstream. I really do need this recurring thing with Spoon. Recurring, except I've got it for what, 6:30? Thanks. I'll put this on screen so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Comet, stream, split fiction with Spoon or full. Full. Oh, that's also doxing me. Good. Don't put that there. It's a good thing I'm going to edit this before I upload it. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and remove that from Twitch right now. I should do that before I say it. Just in case someone decides they're going to try to rewind and see it. But it's gone now. I want to put that on a different calendar, my stream stuff on a different Google Calendar, but I also want it to have all of my information. I want some recursive shit happening. And I think there's a configuration for it, but I want to say I tried it once and couldn't quite get it. Resetting the doxing counter, lol. yeah. So I got D&D on Saturday. That's all that I've got confirmed. Got a sleep study that night at 9. Are we doing something right now, Claude? I'm talking to BTW. Okay, you are asking me stuff. The compile succeeded, only failures to DL being locked by a running debug session. Oops. DI injection is done. Cool. Logging on model load. We put that in up there. Did I want to add anything else to the pipeline or the Viola Wakeword processor? I do, actually. Now that you mention it, I like to log the confidence thresholds. Hold on. I thought I remember this being logged. YOLO wake word processor try. I can do that myself. I don't need to waste a bunch of tokens on that. What have I done? Ah. Rejecting wake word rejecting, or that wake word rejecting with a confidence threshold. Why are we recording the name of the type of that? Let's record what I'm going to record my threshold in each of these log messages too. That's maybe more text than is really necessary to log, but I think it makes reading the logs easier. The other thing that was missing, I just added myself. Onward to unit tests. Yeah, I'll just do that. This is a bad day for the doxing counter, but I thought it might be. Programming strings have that risk. Alright, now you're doing unit tests. That will be a while. Yeah, the unit tests are bad right now. I'd like to fix that. Is it past midnight? Fucking hells. This is what happens. But at least right now I'm building the schedule also. For writing tests, a few small testability changes are needed given the native dependencies involved. Hold on. Never mind. That's way too much work. It's past midnight on a work night. Only add tests for the things you've considered that are low-hanging fruit. Understood. Scaling way back. There is one thing testable without significant refactor, or without refactoring. The downloader. That surprises me. But we're using HTTP client. That makes sense. That makes sense. What? Why are we changing things? Oh, because we missed some musings. Okay. Implicit usings? I'd wondered how. I thought I'd seen some implicitly implied usings before. I don't know how that works. You're gonna. Yes, you can always run .NET tests. You are always allowed to run unit tests. Why did we delete that? Pin up the... oh. Compute it dynamically? Hold on. Hold on. Compute it dynamically. Shouldn't we... a unit test not do that, but use static data? Looking back at the test that it wrote, only the file present test computes the cache dynamically, and it does so because that testable point does ensure downloaded correctly, recognize an already correct file and skip downloading. Okay, so it's like, well, we don't really need to keep track of this. We're not testing that procedure. We're going to be providing file contents by hand, but we don't need to update this to also update it, but to make the match by hand. And it's saying the other cases we don't do that. File missing. Oh, file missing. Okay, right. Network failure. That's a lot of shit in the same. Like a lot of classes in the same file. I was just bitching about that actually. Oh, it's only 2. Throwing HTTP client factor. I don't think I need a class for that. Writing unit tests, writing really good unit tests is an art as much as it is a science. Maybe I just need to adjust? Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, that's a system.net one. Make message handler. Fake client factory. Don't I have two of them? A throwing client factory and fake client factory. Right. Why does the fake factory take its status code in the constructor? I guess it's fine, but that seems weird. Oh, because we're overriding something here, aren't we? I don't see the override keyword. Hey, Ari. Oh, this is a real factory that's creating fake HTTP clients. I guess if we needed multiple HTTP clients, we might want to put that in the constructor for the factory, but I don't think we do. Yeah. I guess that's just enough changes that it warrants a class. Pull the other classes into other files in the namespace. Into other files, and the factory with the behaviors, outputs, content and status code in the constructor. Move that stuff to the create client method. Schedule. Because it's fucking past midnight. I knew it. I knew that it was too late to get started on programming. No, it wasn't. No. I knew I should have stopped earlier. It was not too late to get started on programming, and we did so fucking much today. This is a lot. What are we doing? We are writing the fake HTTP message handler, which that one's likely to, well, sort of likely to be reused by other things, but if so, it's going to get pulled into a different library anyway. Because it's probably not going to... Oh, this is the basic... Hold on, is this... Hold on, no. Both of these should be in a new test project for Thalassa. Please create that. I'm glad I caught that. So, more Claude stuff. As if I'm not sucking AI's big throbbing dick enough already. Like I said earlier, I've been using it to schedule my stream output. My schedule output, I mean. So here's that process. Y'all get to see it live in 4K. So it's simple. I'm just typing in here. So I've got this set up so that it knows to output this in the way that I'm going to use it in Twitch. And in my Twitch panels, because I copy my schedule to my panels. In Blue Sky, fingers are bad still. And in Discord. What are we doing? Claude, you should have given me output already. Oh, you want to remove the stuff that you added? Yeah. So I just described my schedule for the weekend for this upcoming week. I've got the same split fiction and Cuphead and D&D collabs as usual. Another maybe Among Us with Kara at the same time. Also playing Fogs with Nova. Nova, yeah, I'll just go with Nova. On Sunday at 7 to 10 p.m. What are we doing? New GUID, new string? What? Yeah, okay. Yes, you can create a new GUID whenever you want. What the fuck? And I'm also playing Green Hell at the same time as usual. Can you access my previous schedules to see the usual, or do I need to specify that? What are we doing? New CS Proj for the test project. Okay, cannot access my previous schedules, so I can't just say the usual, because this would be a really quick and convenient way to say this. Okay, solution file now includes the test project? Yes, let's do that. I don't know if it's going to get mad at me when I reload the project, or the solution while it's working. What do you say here? I don't know if it's waiting for my input right now. It says thinking. I think it's actually still thinking. But it's not consuming tokens. I don't like that it's not consuming tokens. I mean, I don't want to spend the money, but you know. Okay, so let's move. Is the agent currently waiting for my input? You don't seem to be reading the right thing anyway. I think it's waiting for my input, and I think that having to reload the solution to add the project was bad. And I kind of want to add a folder to put the test projects in anyways. I'll just abort that. I think a solution file change led to me reloading the solution, and the agent got confused. Please resume. Also, move the test. I'll do that myself. I'll probably forget to do that myself, but yeah. Okay, so it does not have a way to pull up my previous schedule directly. I guess I could write a file of usual times, couldn't I? What are we doing? Editing. Why are we editing the solution again? Okay. Let's discard my active changes and let it do it. output that for me. I've named all of my current usual streams. Here's last week's schedule. I'm gonna optimize for time here. Why do I feel like I've fucked up the solution again and... What? Assume what you were doing. Hyperspacing? Relatable. I'm a space cadet sometimes. Oh, shit! Actually, Split Fiction will probably be targeting 6 p.m. going forward. Great call out. And yes, that's who Kara is. You should know about her from other items in long-term memory. Do you not? What are we doing? Good. The HTTP message handler test. And now the HTTP client factory one. Which one was that? Well, whatever. I'll see them both. Here's the one that throws. So the other one was the one that you assert stuff into, which means I didn't really read that. That's not a good practice when I'm doing a code review, especially an AI code review. This is the one. No. It didn't do what I told it to do earlier. Oh. What? No, that's dumb. Excuse me? Is string.empty not a compile time constant? I guess it's not. Really don't need all that nonsense. What's the problem? Oh, that's the problem. It's part of the interface. Well, in that case, it does make sense in the constructor. Shit. Why did I think that would not be part of the interface? Can I quickly pull these into a constructor from here without using AI? It's fine. What are you doing, Claude? I'll read those in a minute. How are we doing schedule creation? Projects, streams, what are you doing? You're done? We're done. So I can look at the actual test then. So if the file's already present and there's a matching path, then we do not download it. It is a cache. So we say, hey, here's the URL, here's the expected hash. What is destination path? String up empty. Like, wait for the test? That's an integration test. We shouldn't be making file. Thank you for the nose blueberry. Asset downloader test should be only unit tests, nothing hitting the file system. Those are integration tests. I may not have clarified. Oh wait, I can add a new file that's from text, right? Yes, okay, good. Frequently recurring collabs. I'll put some instructions about you. Another file in the project will include my most common recurring collabs. Don't include these unless they're mentioned, though. What's Monday's date? Oh, you don't know the date? I thought you did. File system. Oh, okay, that's one way to do it. Sure. All of that is correct. Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday are all dark. They are at present. Also, I have not yet put on my calendar that I'm doing Comet Plays Green Hell with Lord Osmodius, so that's going on there now. And I think that my app is, yep, sure. Ready for input again. All of that is correct. Except let me add... Why am I using Sonnet High for this? I don't need Sonnet High for this. Give me medium at best. That Thursday is more of a maybe. Then the MW... No. That was... I'm tired, y'all. This is a reminder. I'm wrapping up. I think. Oh my gods. That wasn't going in the unit test. That's actually an implementation. That's the only thing that's testable right now. Test to real disco, which includes an integration test, the true unit test, we need a file system, scene it can fake. This is turning into too much work for 12:30 on a work night. If we don't do this at all, do we have anything new or change that's easily testable at all? The Thursday isn't... I like the verbiage unknown. let's go with something that sounds less certain than possible stream. Let's committal. Like unknown. Or may not stream. Those are the verbiages that I've used in the past myself. What are you doing? Let's abort. Stop working on this. And remove the file system abstractions. Gods. Okay, meanwhile, I do have schedule stuff to output. How about questionable content? I'm not making a webcomic, Gary. Love that, though. Alright, so now... split fiction is not tentative. Why did you think that was tentative? Oh, because it was tentative last week because of meetings. And they almost did delay me too much, if I recall. I don't remember. Might have been last week, the previous week. But I got you to laugh, so you win. True, you win. Oh. Wait, does the file say it's... what have I done? This thing is something that I might have put in the frequently recurring collapse file that these are tentative. That one is the only one that's tentative. That one's not. May I edit this, please? Can I not edit this? I think I can't edit this, actually. Good call. I've updated that file, please. I don't see split fiction marked as... not split fiction. Green hell marked as tentative. I don't see green hell marked as tentative, though. But Among Us is, and it should be. Okay, good. Alright, so have you output the correct shit yet? You little fucker. Good. I mean, my blue sky post that I make about my schedule. I still need to update my graphic, unfortunately. I have some changes in the works to allow the AI to run a script at the command line that will cause a pre-written script that I've written with it to update my schedule graphic. It's not going to be AI art, it's going to be AI scripting to edit existing files. Without any creative input on the AI's part other than the text that's getting put in the text boxes. And then this one over here is my Twitch About panel. So here's a little peek into my process for that. This is new, actually. I started using... I just loaded myself. I loaded my own stream. I hate it. I hate it. Why did I do that? I was not braced to hear my own voice. Where are we right now? Where are we right now? Yes, delete those things. And no, don't always allow delete file access. Thank you. Which isn't quite what I was asking, but it's close enough. Edit panels, schedule, When do you need to go in and edit the image for my schedule for now? Use command change directory before running git. It should execute untrusted hooks from the target directory. You don't need to do that. But it's fine. You can if you want. Back to this. Thankfully, there aren't a ton of changes here. And then how many activities are on Saturday? That's what I thought. Just D&D right now. Maybe more later. No, wait, no, my Saturday's full of off-stream stuff, isn't it? Pretty full. I should... There may be a little bit of dev after D&D, but probably not much. So I will use my 2-line Saturday text little guy. I haven't completely decided what the next feature I'm going to work on will be with Thalassa, but it's going to be fun. Because it's going to be either chat integration or call integration. Probably chat integration. Call integration will not be something I can do quickly, actually. Because that's going to involve Discord stuff. Or maybe not. We'll see. You still working, Claude? You done? Oh, well, if you're gonna put integration tests in the name, it's fine, I guess. Did this put the blue sky stuff, good blue sky stuff for Nova? It did. Cool. What are we doing right now? Being done. All right. I'm gonna commit this and push. Committing task 96, which are adding, what's it called? Pretty name. I like the name a lot. Viola Wake support for the wake word processing, but need better trained models. Commit that and push it. That's an old picture. Not that old, though. I haven't changed that much since I started, have I? I wonder if I should look older. Canonically, I shouldn't. I shouldn't have significant aging to do in a human... Well, in the time I'm likely to be streaming. I was about to say in a human lifetime, maybe more than that. Who knows? Hi, did we not push? Ah, prompt. Now we pushed. I just did this review, so I'll go ahead and create a pull request and mark it as complete. Now we'll come down here, check out main and pull. I'll need to go to my planning board, which I should now be logged into, yeah? No? Hi. Where the fuck I did, but that was hours ago, I suppose. Well, it's still logged in over here, so... Okay. So I'm using a different tool now. I don't think I'm... Oh... I don't know that I care about this. I don't know why I still have these marked as in progress. Channel point redeem integration? Not for a long time. Not for a long, long time. Faster whisper. That's what was suggested before. I'm glad I didn't do that because I'm using Whisper for the captions and I don't love it. And it's also not a wake word processor. Or it's also not a wake word tool. It's a full like speech to text. So that's not great. Anyways, cancelled. I'm not doing that. Channel point integration next. Maybe. Probably. Presumably. We'll see. I've got some real things to consider with that. But now is not the time to consider them. It's almost 1 fucking o'clock and get 6 hours of sleep tonight if I'm lucky. If I'm luckier than I think I am. Shit. Well, I might as well update my schedule. Finish updating my schedule graphics live, yeah. Am I done? Actually? I think I am. I think I am actually. I can just mix up my picture on the side. Yeah, that looked good. (7:13) to 7, what, 19? Yeah, 19. And then I hit cancel by mistake because I'm a fish brain. Renders this 19, 13. I could also do to confirm that that's also what Claude came up with for the date range, and it is! Excellent. Here's the minimal version that goes on my Twitch panels. That done, I can go to Discord. Wow. Put that on the screen, I suppose. Go to my Dropbox, schedule, renders, the current week, put this image here. This is my process, y'all. I do a lot here that's kind of optional, which is why I'm starting to want to automate more of it with AI. VTuber stream schedule, and the text of the post communicates everything that's in the image, so I don't think I need to add anything more. Go to Blue Sky. Excuse me. Add this, please. Which I'm going to add alt text, which will be this text. And that's the Blue Sky post. And then two things that I like to do on Twitch itself. One of which being update the panels, and the other one being update this text here. Sorry, one of which being to update the panels, which is what I just did here, and the other one being to go to the actual schedule and update it. That's not the schedule page. This is the edit schedule page. Here we go. So we got those three things, which is, there's not a whole lot going on this week because my Saturday is so busy. D&D. I suspect that there's always going to be server-side mods, now that she's gotten a good taste of that. Once you go modded, you don't go back, you know what I mean? Not if you can help it anyway. I'll just put that back in for every Sunday. That was the wrong day of the week, though. Comment. Well, whatever. I'll go in here and I'll fix that. Oh, I did get the right thing. It does say every Sunday. Excellent. Okay, and then on this Sunday, 7 p.m. Yeah. Yes. Bogs with Nova of Mordio and Nova. I'm gonna at some point also add a tool that lets my schedule updater do this part for me. But that's going to be very different. It's going to feel more like the editing does in Visual Studio. It's like, hey, do you want to make this change, yes or no, after it's decided what it thinks I'm asking for? Because I'm not going to just let it, which I guess is pretty much what I'm doing with the other. I'm having an output text for me to then read and then paste out elsewhere. Anyways, thanks for staying through all that, y'all. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'm gonna go review who's on right now on a different screen. And we'll see what we're reading out to tonight. Oh, I haven't eaten since breakfast, have I? Fuck. Did I have... Oh no, I had some nuggets for lunch. Okay. Not that bad, but still not good. My god, my music is driving me up the fucking wall right now. Let's mix it up a little. I think we're gonna raid... Lee has 2 viewers? Is she asleep? No. Usually has a lot more than that. We're gonna raid Lily Dart Frog again. We raided her this past Friday, and she was playing Pal World. I think that y'all will love her. She is a Dart Frog VTuber. She is really cool, she's really smart, she's got a dog, and she's currently playing the 1.0 release of Pal World. That being said, she is, playing on, with server settings that are, like, highly accelerated. Which is not... Oh, it didn't take that. Oh, right, there are 3 L's in the lead. If I can spell it, which maybe I can't. There we go. So highly accelerated. It's very much on easy mode. So if you just want a sampling of the content without like really what it feels like, then this is going to be a good stream to watch. And besides that, she's lovely. So the raid message will just go with the usual because I need to get the fuck to bed. Mermaid, Starman and Loading Passengers with Cyber Mermaid Star as the emote if you're subscribed. Twitch lit if you're not. Thanks so much for being here, each and every one of you. I appreciate you all. So please be gentle with yourselves and be gentle with each other. Goodbye!